Sioux Falls, South Dakota, everyone, if I can have you guys move to a table, get sat down. I know we're here to network and meet, but we're going to go ahead and get started with the day. So my name is Nick with the Enterprise Institute. I am one of the hosts for Innovation Expo, along with our co-host Startup Sioux Falls. This is year 18 of being the place where suits and shirts connect in our community. Really just a great opportunity for founders, investors, and the different resource partners in our community to get a chance to meet up and really get a chance to know each other. Last night, we were having our speaker dinner, and Mike Grigsby, one of our speakers today with the city of Sioux Falls, was talking about kind of the opportunity that South Dakota and Sioux Falls has right now in front of us with population growth, the number of building permits going on, the investing community that's being really built up in this area. And it's just one of those things that we really want to make sure that we're capitalizing on, and so that's a big part of what Innovation Expo is. You know, our lineup of speakers this year is a great representation of what that means to connect where suits and shirts are. You know, today we have some really amazing shirts, those founders. We have people that have received angel investments in the last year from Falls Angel Fund and other angel funds across the state. We have those investors as well that are also going to get on stage and talk to you a little bit about what they do and the decisions that they make and how they make the decisions to invest into companies. And then we also have some of the amazing resources that are going to let you know what it takes to help build a community and build an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So really just an opportunity today to learn more about kind of what's going on. And you know, one of the things I always tell people in kind of getting ready for Innovation Expo is this is also a chance to celebrate what's going on in our communities. Sometimes as Midwesterners, we might be a little shy, or we might not always want to make sure that we're talking about the successes that we have and the great things that we're doing. So this is an opportunity to get to know each other and an opportunity to connect. So please keep in mind that if you are one of those founders in the room, you know, we have lots of college kids in the room. You know, if you're a college student working on a business idea, there are investors, there are CPAs, there are bankers, there are lawyers. There are lots of different resources in this room that can help you move your business forward. You know, and one of the most amazing things to me about this is that the people that are here that do these things want to help. You know, just again to talk about kind of the success and really what's going on in this area. For anyone that reads Matt Paulson's blog, back in March, he talked about a recent angel fund meeting where there were 3 investments made of over $500,000 total in 3 different companies in the area. And that's one of those things that you don't expect to hear about. So those types of things that are going on in this community are things that we want to celebrate and we want to make sure that we're talking about today. So before I go any further, I just want to make sure that I'm thanking the people that helped make this a possibility. Our diamond level sponsor today, Market Beat. If we can give a round of applause to Matt Paulson and Marine Ulm and everything that they do. This is a big part of why we're able to do this. You know, we met back in April to start planning this with the Startup Sioux Falls team, our co-hosts, Matt and Marine, and really things kind of, you know, they started as a snowball and they turn into a big old avalanche by the time we get here in October. So it's amazing that we have the ability to do these things. Also, for several years now, the Bush Foundation has been our platinum level sponsor, and they're a big part of allowing us to put this event on and make sure that we're connecting individuals. So it's pretty amazing, and we just can't say thank you enough to all the sponsors that allow us to put these things on, and not only allow us to put on this conference, but also allow us to make sure that we can support the entrepreneurial ecosystem of our state. A couple of housekeeping items. First and foremost, refreshments and snacks will be in the back corners. So if you get hungry or thirsty throughout the day, you need a cup of coffee, you know, we'll try to keep the energy levels up, but if you need something to snack on, go ahead and check out in the back. If you need to leave at any point during the day, perfectly understandable, but we'd love to see you come back at about 5 o'clock. Your little lanyards here have a drink coupon. If you know who Tim Wheelborg is, you can go say hi to him. He'll probably give you a few more. And we're going to have a little happy hour with some food and some refreshments out on the wing here at 5 o'clock. So we'd love to see you back. If you have friends that couldn't make it to the full conference, please invite them to the happy hour. The more, the merrier in that regard. One thing as well this year, I want to make sure that I impress upon everybody is that we want to hear from the audience. We want to hear the questions that you have for our founders, our investors, and our other resource partners that'll be on stage today. So Peter and Sarah from Startup Sioux Falls will have a microphone available. When a presenter gets done, we're going to try to leave a few minutes for Q&A. So this is your opportunity to ask questions of these individuals when they're on stage. For those of you that ask a question, we have some free swag. We've got some Startup Sioux Falls t-shirts. We've got some Market Beat t-shirts. So if you've ever wanted to get a promotional job working for Matt, here's your opportunity. So just please keep in mind that this is your opportunity to ask those questions of the individuals on stage that are doing some amazing things. Lastly, I did ask Matt if he would keep down the number of Matt Paulson's Secret Text Club texts today, so you shouldn't be getting too many notifications from Matt. Matt, how many do you have planned today, 2 or 3? Okay, that's a great answer. All right, so with that, thank you again for coming up. I'm going to have Matt actually come up here for a second and introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker today is actually, this is one of the amazing things about this conference. So our first speaker today actually came up last year and told us about what he was working on and where he wanted to go with it. And in the last year, he's made some amazing progress, and Matt's going to share a little bit more.
I did not pay Nick to say anything about the awesome text club that you can join by texting 605-636-8097. Definitely don't text hello to 605-636-8097, because if you were to be on that list, you would have heard 2 political announcements that beat the Argus leader within the last week, so I've been having a lot of fun with that. I'm actually up here to introduce Michael Zuercher from Prismatic. Prismatic is a portfolio company of me personally, but also Falls Angel Fund and some other local investors. Michael spoke last year. Who was here last year? Yeah, I'm sorry. If you were here, it didn't go very well. We had AV problems, we had remote speakers. It just it threw us off. But we've hired Pinnacle Productions this year. They've done a fantastic job, so thank you to Pinnacle for making this awesome stage and getting the AV right and the streaming right, and I think we're going to have a great day today. So Prismatic is an enterprise software company that works with other big enterprises to create basically what it is. It's a managed instance of another platform called Zapier or something like it, where you've got data and you want to expose it to your customers, and how do you do that turns out to be a challenge. So Michael was another company called Zuercher Technologies, which merged with another company called Tritech and is now known as Central Square Technologies. Michael's exited that company, and he decided to get back on the wagon and do a new startup. Michael spoke last year about what they're doing, and since then they've raised a few $1 million and have had some good progress. So we're going to hear about that progress now from Michael.
All right, thank you, Matt, and thanks everyone for being here. Good afternoon. So, as Matt said, I was here last year. I'm hoping for a clicker that clicks this year. So this is my big hope. But I'm here just to give an update, I guess, on Prismatic, and I'm gonna do this pretty briefly. Leave a bunch of time for questions in the end. But as Matt said, when I spoke last year, we were in the really early days and have made some progress since. So, to kind of start things off, what is Prismatic? And to be clear, this is a pretty niche-y thing. But the gist of this is that software companies, for years now, have been pushed more and more to provide integrations between their software and the software their customers use. So you all have examples of this in your business or in your work probably. If you have a CRM, you expect that it just integrates with your financial system. If you have an ERP, you expect it integrates with just about everything. And historically, that was that burden was put on the customer, and the customer would either through internal means or by hiring a contractor, they would build integrations between the tools they were using. What's happened for a lot of reasons is that expectation has been put onto the software vendors. And so if you're a software vendor selling software to business, it's just expected at this point that you connect to just about everything else they use. And I have the scars of this. As Matt said, I had a previous startup, spent about 15 years in a company that sold software to law enforcement and dispatch centers. And we had about, by the time I exited that company, we had about 600 integrations spread across a couple thousand customers where the average customer used 8 integrations. And so it was just this impossible to manage environment in a bunch of ways. So that's the problem. And Prismatic is meant to be the solution, and we're working quickly in that direction. So the gist of it is that we provide an integration platform that is specifically built with that in mind. So our only customers are B2B software companies. There are a whole bunch of other parts of the integration space served by lots of other companies. That's not us. What we do is we serve B2B software companies with this really specific problem. Okay, so we're a couple years in now. We have this solution that it does a lot of things, including kind of common workflow type things. So as a software company, you can say, hey, every time something happens in my software for my customer, I want you to talk to another system that they have. If I sell a CRM, every time they add a new name, I want you to automatically email that name, or whatever the example is. And so without going into a ton more detail, to just kind of talk about the progress we've made. When I was here last year, we'd been building for about a year by that point, almost, I guess. We'd been building since late 2019. We had a team of 8 at that time, I believe. We had raised a pre-seed round from the 3 founders of the business, and we're pre-revenue, but in private beta. So we had customers that were using the product. We hoped they would convert to customers, but we were pre-revenue. And the reality is we were just hoping that what we were building was something that somebody somewhere would want. And that's a really uncomfortable time for me, or at least it was. I had kind of come off the little bit later stage company and suddenly was right back to the beginning, where some of you probably are as well, where we don't have a lot of customers to talk to. We don't have a lot of signals from the market. We're just hoping that we're right and that this is actually going to be a market. And our market is a carve out of kind of a bigger market, and so it was entirely possible that we were just wrong and it wasn't actually going to kind of turn into a proper niche. So I didn't say a lot last year is the reality about Prismatic, because there wasn't a lot to say. But in the last year, we've made a lot of progress. We've done a whole bunch of research and development work. One nice thing about not having a bunch of customers in the early stage is you can move the product a lot faster. As some of you know, there's, as you kind of accumulate the debt that comes with more customers and a bigger product, it slows you down in a lot of ways. And we were right back to the beginning and able to move really quickly. So we really fleshed out the kind of vision of how we could serve B2B software companies and how that would look different than traditional integration platforms like Zapier, as Matt mentioned. We took our first paying customer live in December. It's actually Raven in town here was our first customer. They used it for one of their software products that they sell into the ag space, and we've taken more live since. We officially launched our product in March to general availability. Grew the team, as we've gone. I think we're 11, soon to be 12 at this point. And we started turning on top of the funnel, which is where things start getting interesting. That's where you meet the market for real and find out whether what you built actually resonates for real. We started doing demand gen. We started doing paid ads. We started, just driving the top of the funnel. About that time, it was clear to us that, we were at least not completely off track. We had iterated a lot along the way. We had customers who were, clearly interested, and so we raised a seed round. We were able to do it completely locally in Sioux Falls, which was great for a whole bunch of reasons, if for no other reason than it was just a lot less work than raising it institutionally. And when time is the premium in the early stage especially, that was just a really, really slick way to do it. So super happy with the ecosystem in Sioux Falls and that was possible. In my previous business, we hadn't done anything locally from a financing perspective, and it was cool to be able to do it this time. So a lot of progress. But the most important progress, and I think I said last year, the only thing that we cared about, the only thing that mattered was finding a path to product market fit. Like until we got to the point that it was really clear that what we had resonated and that we were in the right place, nothing else really mattered. And so you just keep talking to customers, iterating, et cetera. And we now have some early signs that we're on the way to product market fit. The vision that we kind of set out with, which to be fair, we got to cheat because we were solving a problem that we ourselves had for 15 years. But it turns out that other people have that problem as well, and it resonates, and that's really, really good. Second, we've started to figure out how to talk about this to the market, and that sounds so dumb when you say it, but it's so hard to come up with the right words to say, especially when you're defining a new market segment where there isn't just an established vocabulary for what this is. You can't just say I'm an X because there is no category for this thing. And that was really challenging. Honestly, that's been one of the hardest parts of the last 2 years, is kind of figuring out how to message this to where it clicks with people quickly enough that you don't spend the first 30 minutes of a call trying to get them to understand what you're doing. And man, did we have some just painful calls for a while as we were trying to learn how to talk about this. So we kind of got that figured out. And I think the last thing that I would say on the way to product market fit is a lot of the differentiators that we bet on, it turns out at least some of those seem like they're going to be real lasting differentiators that matter. And another interesting thing about carving out a new market segment is we didn't have established competitors. We couldn't just say, here's the list of 5 big competitors and we're gonna go be better than them in this way and peel it off. It was a very moving target. There are a couple other startups, mostly on the West Coast, that are doing the same type of things that we're doing. There are a couple established companies that are kind of pivoting into our space, but it's been just this really, really moving target. And so we had to just make a bet. Here are the things that we think we can kind of stand alone on and invest a lot in that will be lasting differentiators. And that has paid off. So, I guess as far as the last year goes, I'm extremely happy with how things have gone. I always wish things would go faster and get bigger and whatever, but we've had a really, really good year. We've gone from pre-revenue to post-revenue, which is pretty great. We raised a round, which gives us enough runway now to hopefully kind of march down the next 18 months or so, which is where we need to get. So as we look at that next year and a half, there's a ton to do. We have really clear signals from the market now because we're talking to so many more customers and prospects than we were. We have really clear signals, not only about the stuff we've done right, but also the things we've missed on. And there's always gonna be plenty of that, right? And so we're basically running around now saying, okay, turns out we missed the market on this, it went a different direction, or we just misunderstood, or whatever. Now we need to redo this thing in this way. And it's all just rounding errors kind of to some extent in the scheme of the whole thing, but it sure takes a lot of time to clear up. And so, we're going around redoing some pieces, we're going around, improving the product, continuing to invest in differentiators where we can. Second, it's time to start, refining our top of funnel activity. We have an actual pipeline built now. We have top of funnel that's working, but we need to add more sources to that. We need to start doing real outbound sales development with the cold emails that we all love getting. Whether we all love them or not, they work. So, it's time to start doing that. We need to identify how to get the ear of the buyers of this. Unfortunately, the buyers of this are CTOs, VPs of engineering, product managers in software companies. Those people are pretty good at not answering emails and not answering the phone. So it's actually kind of a challenging outbound marketing challenge. So we've got to get going on that. We also need to continue to processize, and we've just started this, what I call kind of the mid-funnel activity. It's great, you get leads in, you qualify the leads. Well then, in an enterprise sell like this, you've got a long process of, probably running a pilot or a proof of concept, touching the, on average, probably 5 different influencers in the deal. And we're doing this with a sales team of essentially, me and one other person. So, we need to start processizing that and learning how to do it as efficiently as possible. Because one of the things that's gonna matter in this business long term is whether we can get the cost of acquisition low enough by being efficient enough in kind of the entire funnel, but from this perspective, at that mid-funnel activity. If people aren't a legitimate buyer, get them out of the process as fast as possible. If they are, figure out how to best invest to make sure that you outrun your competitors, which are probably in the deal as well. So a lot of work to do there. We now have enough of a thesis that we really have a strong belief in that it's time to take a strong thought leadership perspective in the market. And there's a lot of room for somebody to take that. It's a new market segment. There aren't a lot of people talking about it. We have some competitors that nobody's ever heard of that are talking about it as well. But there's room for somebody to take that crown, and we have enough of a message at this point and enough of a strong belief that we need to do that. So we're starting to invest more in that. The thing that people don't talk about at all is, at least a lot, is this next one. A lot of times you think of company culture as you get to a later stage, and there's no question that when it's 3 founders, there isn't a lot to worry about from a company culture perspective because you're just trying to figure out if this is even a real idea. But where we're at right now is where processes are starting to get put in place, even as small as we are. We're only 11 people or whatever, but you're still starting to set groundwork for the way this company communicates and behaves and all of those things. And some of that is changing. We're starting to spend way more energy on marketing and sales than we did before. And that's good, because that's how companies grow and survive. But it's also a change from the early days that feel kind of like a science project to some extent. And so, we need to make sure that our culture grows in the right way as we make those transitions. They're good transitions to make. You just need to make sure they don't get you off track from a culture perspective. So it's time to start spending time on that, on cadences, on kind of the heartbeat of a company. And then lastly, all of this is kind of, the next milestone for us from a kind of company trajectory perspective is a Series A round. I think I try not to get very caught up in the fundraising thing, because fundraising, I believe, should be thought of as a thing you have to do to get where you need to go, or at least you may, depending on your business. It is not an outcome. It is not a finish line. But in our case, a Series A will coincide with our belief that we have a repeatable sales model with metrics that make sense to scale. So a cost of acquisition that makes sense given the lifetime value of our customer. Enough of a repeatable model that we know that if we triple our sales team, we expect to have at least a tripling of top line ARR or of revenue. And we're not there yet. We don't have enough data. We haven't run enough experiments to know that. And so when I say we're driving to a Series A, what I really mean is we need to drive to a repeatable model where kind of all of the moving parts of selling our solution, implementing our solution, supporting our solution works from a unit economics perspective. So, I mean, that's where we're at. Like I said, kind of brief overview. Happy to answer any questions, or if anybody is super interested in productized integrations for B2B software companies, I would love to talk. But any questions on any of that or where we're at?
So if you have a question, go ahead and raise your hand. Peter or Sarah will come over and hand you a microphone.
I think Anthony over here.
Yep. Oh. Hey, Michael. Over here in the back.
Sorry.
To your right.
To your. Yep.
Sorry. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
When you make the integrations on the back end for your customers, how manual is that, or are you able to automate that?
Yeah, so that's a super good question. The thesis of our product is that we are not building the integrations. We are a platform on which a software company can more easily build their integrations for themselves. And so the right way to think about that from our perspective is that, when you build an integration or 20 integrations between your product and something else, 80% of what you did has nothing to do with the specific industry you're in. It's no different between healthcare or ag or CRM or whatever else. It's things like logging and security and reliability and stuff that's just the same horizontally. That's the stuff that we're trying to provide from a product and a platform perspective, which then should let our customers build integrations where they're only focusing on the things that are actually specific to their domain. There's no reason for a software company to be the 50,000th company that has figured out how to deploy scalable integrations in the cloud. But there's a really good reason for an ag company to figure out what their customer needs from a workflow perspective and actually innovate inside their market. And so, we're not a services play in any way. We're not the ones building the integrations. We're trying to provide the platform on which our customers can do that. And we get away with that because they're software companies, right? So kind of by their nature, they have the skills and the workforce to do a lot of those things.
You got time for one more question.
So let's talk on that thread just a little bit more. Real world example of a customer, your ideal customer. What do they look like? How do you help them? You talked about Raven, but more to the point, what does it actually look like, and what are they getting from you at the end of that project?
Yeah, so I mean, let's talk kind of a classic customer is a mid-sized software company, that probably has their product in the cloud and is probably in a vertical market that has a whole bunch of other players, in the ecosystem. So if you talk about, ag is actually a pretty good example. You have software, let's say, that manages the spraying of fields, right? Well, then as it turns out, every time you spray a field, you need to deduct the chemical that got used from the ERP. Oh, and you need to file a thing with the EPA saying that you sprayed it on this acre. Oh, and you need to know which field to spray, which comes from some mapping system. If you're the one selling the spray management software, you don't own any of those systems. That's other stuff. And so what a customer of ours would be doing for their customer is providing a marketplace so that the customer of our customer, can go into their product and say, hey, I use Acme ERP to track my spray chemical, whatever, so they can click connect or whatever, just like a lot of us are used to in Salesforce or Slack or anywhere else. But now in a vertical market where it doesn't probably make sense due to various economics to build some giant marketplace. You can build that marketplace on top of us, and with much, much less effort, have an embedded art marketplace in your product to make those connections and whatever else. Does that make sense? Cool.
Awesome. Well, Michael, thank you very much for coming again. Maybe we can have you come
Thank
again
you.
next year. So, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Zuercher. Thank you. So before we bring Paul up, one thing, by the way, Paul, if you're in the room, could you raise your hand? Hey, there you are. Hi, Paul. Before Paul comes up, if it's your first year at Innovation Expo, could you please stand up quick? It's always just a good idea. Lots of people, that's awesome. Okay, now, real quick, if you're not standing up, if you've been to Expo before, go give one of those people a high five or shake their hand or just say hi to them really quick. All right. So our next speaker today at Innovation Expo, our next speaker last visited South Dakota while driving across the country in an Airstream with his wife. Paul Singh is co-founder of Bump Health, which he has bootstrapped to $40 million in revenue, and he's made over 3,000 direct investments into tech startups and Main Street businesses. Many of you maybe have had the chance to interact with Paul. He's been in here since Tuesday. He's been gracious enough to give us his time and hang out with lots of different people. Yesterday, he spoke at Dakota State. He hung out with us and had dinner last night. So really great to have the opportunity to connect with Paul and talk about what he's been doing. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Paul Singh to the stage.
All right, well, thank you for the intro. By the way, time-wise, how long do I, 30 minutes, all right. So that's about 40, it'll be great. All right, tough crowd already, okay. All right, my name's Paul Singh. I'm really thankful actually for the opportunity to be here. To be very candid with you, half the reason I'm here is completely selfish, and that is because, you know, I want to figure out where the investments are happening, whose deal to sneak into, and that sort of thing. But the other half of the reason I'm here, and maybe whatever the opposite of selfish is, that I sort of want to kind of give you guys maybe a view from the outside. I think a lot of times, you know, when you get stuck in your own business or your own community, it's sometimes hard to keep tabs on what's happening everywhere else. So what follows here is really sort of, I'm going to give you a quick overview on my background. Just for context, I'm going to actually then start with the two main ideas I want to leave you with, and if you just walk out at that point, I won't hate you, but at least I got my piece in there. And then I brought data to back it all up, actually, so if you do stick around, you know, I'll show you kind of the data and stuff like that. And all throughout this, by the way, that did not sound interesting. I will make it interesting, I promise for you. But honestly, like ground rules here, I know we've got the mic and all that stuff, but heckling is encouraged. You can throw questions out, keep me on my toes. Half the fun of this is really testing ideas in public. So my goal at every event that I speak at is to try to find the line that I can't cross before I don't ever get invited back. Actually, I have one slide on here that I think might make Nick uncomfortable, so we'll see how it goes. The nervous laughs are good, actually. All right, so background, I won't tell you 20, 25 years of history. My daughter tells me I'm a geriatric millennial now, apparently. I'm 40, and the local classic rock station is playing the music I listened to in high school. Maybe some of you guys can commiserate with that. I got to see my therapist tomorrow. But anyway, I built a lot of companies over the last 20 years. Some of them were mine, companies that I founded. Some of them were other people's companies. I spent some time at the White House as well in the Office of Science, Tech, and Policy, where we specifically wrote some of the work around the extraordinary visa that we use, the O1 visa that we use to bring funded founders into the country. So I'm an operator, but I also, you know, so in '98 I started a hosting business and started thinking a lot about, you know, I didn't want to be employed. I didn't like the idea of, you know, show up at 9 and, I don't know, 37 minutes for lunch and somebody gets pissed off at you. I'm just inherently unemployable. And so I started by building a hosting company, grew it pretty large. By 2004, stepped out of it. We installed the team. I'm going to say we over and over to make it sound a lot bigger. The we is just me and my wife. You know, it's just us. And then I stumbled around, and I spent the last 15 years just investing in as many entrepreneurs as I could. So about 3,000 portfolio companies now across 56 countries. I live in Virginia, actually, and somebody asked me yesterday why there was a gap for Africa. It just turns out there's not a lot of direct flights from Washington Dulles into Africa, so anyway, tough crowd anyway. Point is, though, is that what I'm going to try to show you over the next few minutes is that it's the same everywhere. And one of the many ideas I hope to leave you with is if you can't build a company in Sioux Falls, moving's not going to help. So, awkward. Am I going to get thrown out yet or no? I don't know. Okay. All right. So I first started investing in everything, everywhere, flying about 500,000 miles a year. After I had my first kiddo, I started thinking like, well, I don't want to put my family on an airplane. There's a long story there. Decided to buy an RV. Did not tell my wife about it till after I bought it. Best and worst idea ever. So anyway, built that thing out. Potty trained our daughter in that thing, which is great. And just started driving. There we go. Just started driving. And, I'll spare you all the details, but what I will tell you, though, is like I learned more in those 3 years living in the RV than I did in the last 17, 18, 19 years of my life. And what I mean by that is I learned so much more about what I call the in-between. So as an example, again, I won't bore you, but I'll just give you the example. One of my biggest regrets of this whole thing was that I called it the tech tour. I called it the tech tour, and I'll never forget, like one of the examples I'll give you about why I regret that is that I was driving from Fort Wayne, Indiana, west, probably, I don't know where, but anyway, right around the border, I'd pulled off to, the interstate to get some fuel and, get some food and all that stuff. And anyway, this guy comes over, and, the trailer, you can kind of see in the middle there, it's got a couple logos on the side, and all that. And anyway, this guy walks over, and he must have been in his late 50s or something like that. And he asked, what are the logos and all that. And anyway, I told him, and he said to me, and I never saw the guy again, by the way. He said to me, the problem with you tech people is you think tech is, it gives you limitless bounds. You can build anything. You think that tech is the future. What you forget is for the rest of us, tech is the thing that cost us our job. This particular guy worked at a paper factory. And, as we got to talk, I actually ended up walking into this Cracker Barrel with him and having lunch with him and that sort of thing, and really got to know his story. And it was kind of heartbreaking. Something I'd never really thought about is that as the world went online, people needed less paper. And as less paper was needed, a lot of those factories shut down. And anyway, it stuck with me even years later. I never saw the guy again. It's not like he was on Twitter or anything like that. And anyway, it stuck with me, and it was just a really interesting time in my life. And so driving around a couple 100,000 miles in 4 years, my daughter thinks this is the coolest thing in the world, I guess. My sons weren't around at the time. But anyway, I tell you all that to then kind of start with the picture, right? Like I actually was born, grew up and still live in a small dairy farming town in Virginia. It's about, depending on traffic, about an hour west of D.C., sort of up in the hills, that sort of thing. And I still live there now. My first business is still 2 miles down the road. My parents are 4 miles down the road. The kids all play. So I haven't left. Just like I imagine a lot of people here haven't really left, and that's okay. But all right, so I'll pause there and just say, if you guys want to heckle, please heckle. It's totally okay. If you want to be passive-aggressive about it, you can tweet, and, I'll find it later, and I'll track you down. And I'm sure somebody in here is going to try to sell me something, so I'll just make it easy. There's the LinkedIn, tough joke, by the way. I'm trying to find the boundary here somewhere. All right, anyway. Okay, so the main idea is I'm going to start with what I want to end with, so we'll kind of sandwich this. I'll start by saying that starting a business everywhere has never been easier. And I'll prove this to you with data here in a few minutes, but I'm just going to frame it. So it's never been easier to start a business everywhere else, but it's also never been harder to grow it. And this will become more clear to you in the next 10 minutes or so, I hope. Now, this is the slide that's going to make, hopefully, I don't know, Nick might throw me off stage here. The irony of what I'm about to say is we're at a conference called the Innovation Expo, okay? So please don't kill me. Here's the thing. I think in this country, we use the words entrepreneurship and innovation interchangeably. And we do it from a good place, right? Because it's like, we just, the same word or whatever. But I think that the case I'm going to make for you over the next few minutes is that they are different and that one is more important for you than the other. All right, I haven't even made the case. I'm done. That's great. Let's get a beer later. That's great, by the way. #1 fan. Okay, so here's my point. Here's why I say that. And again, please refute me, right? Like this is not, I'm saying this assertively, but I don't mean to say it that way. But here's the thing. Innovation to me is about pressing and pushing the boundary of human knowledge. In other words, to go to Mars, you have to create a new life support system. You have to create a new way to farm. Those are innovative things. And actually, if you look at our society, that's why we have advanced degrees. And that's why we ask our PhDs to do, a thesis. Because that thesis becomes like sort of that push to expand some sort of human knowledge. Does that kind of make sense? I know we have a couple academics in here, but I know I'm not doing a great job. Okay, but entrepreneurship to me is more about doing something with something that already exists or making something that people already do easier. Okay, so what I mean by that is like innovation is about creating something entirely new. It's important, don't get me wrong, it's important, but entrepreneurship arguably is even more important and even more accessible to you. And I'll kind of make that point. So I'll just kind of like drive it home real quick. So entrepreneurship is the fundamental driver of growth in Sioux Falls. Again, I promise I'll make the point. It is also, for the investors in the room, entrepreneurship is what you should invest in, not innovation. For the angels and the funds, the venture funds in here, you must invest in entrepreneurs, not innovators. And for the people that live here, whether you're in Sioux Falls or South Dakota or just the United States anyways, entrepreneurship is the fundamental driver of growth in your community. So let me pause there. Now I'm going to prove it. But questions, concerns? No? Okay. The Midwest is so hard to read, you guys. No, you're doing great. Thank you. That's also nice. Oh, like the thing about like the East Coast is like people just tell you when you suck. In the Midwest, they're like, no, you're great. You're great, I did a talk in Hilton Head. It's funny because it's true, by the way. I was speaking in Hilton Head, South Carolina. I don't know if you guys ever been down there, but it is in South, and my wife's from Tennessee, and she loved it down there. Anyway, by the way, Indian guy and his Tennessee. I mean, we're just like a equal opportunity poster. But anyway, I got all these bless your hearts. You guys ever had that? I said something, and like some lady in the middle, oh, bless your heart, honey. And I was like, oh, shoot, she's totally mocking me, but okay. All right. So, okay. By the way, what is the equivalent? Is there an equivalent for South Dakota? Smile and wave. Oh, wave. I like that. Okay, all right. Now I know what the wave is, by the way. All right. Okay, so let me start backing up what I'm saying with some data points. And I expected more smartasses, so I brought data to the gunfight here. And
Paul, we do have one back here who has something to say. Over here.
Yeah, all right.
I just had a quick question. You had mentioned that you said invest in entrepreneurs versus innovators. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so, okay, so entrepreneurs are people that sell something. They don't make it. So like if you were to take our portfolio of companies and you just randomly picked any 10 of them, I feel like you would be able to pick any random set of 10 and look at them and be like, gosh, these are sales companies that happen to use technology. They are not tech companies searching for a customer. It's a subtle but very important difference. That these people are the people that are saying, I don't want to put somebody on the spot, but actually there was somebody that pitched a little earlier this afternoon, and great pitch, he's making money and stuff like that, and he sat down, and if you're in here, don't raise your hand. I don't want to make you feel weird or anything like that, but I said, hey, if I can give you any unsolicited advice, throw away 90% of that deck. And his company was fairly technical, very technical actually, but they do make money. And he spent maybe 10 minutes, trying to convince all these investors in the room. And I'll be honest, all those investors, I like to watch the room. They just sort of glazed over, obviously politely, of course. Nobody waved, by the way. Now I know you'll wave, but anyway. The point is, though, is that like I said to him, you should throw away 90% of this. And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, look, your first slide, I said, look, I'm not from South Dakota, but just reading the room here, I would have taken the 10 minutes and distilled your pitch down to 2 minutes. What I would have said is like, hey, listen, I'll bore you to death with all the magic we do, but let me click this slide. Hey, these logos right here, these companies pay us a ton of money so that they can make a lot of money. Again, I'll tell you as much as you want to know. I told him, then click the slide. The next slide ought to be these logos right here. These guys are all within our 30 to 60-day pipeline right now. We think we're going to get them here in the next few weeks, maybe next few months. Again, I'll tell you as much as you want to know. Bottom line is companies pay us a shit ton of money to make themselves a shit ton of money. What do you want to know? And I said, just stop talking. When you get a 10-minute pitch, make it 2. Because the question now is, who speaks up? Because that's the one that's interested. That's the investor that's interested. That's the customer that's interested. And so that, to me, is what an entrepreneur is like. I'll say one other thing, and then, unless you guys want to keep going on that, I'll move on. Let me say one other thing about entrepreneurship. English is not my first language. So I immigrated from India with my family when I was a kid. And here's the thing. So, I don't know if anybody else speaks a different language or another language first, but in your head, you always speak your first language, and then you sort of, does that ring a bell? Anybody? No? Maybe? Okay. Here's the point. Believe it or not, entrepreneur, in English, entrepreneur is a noun. It is the only place on the planet where entrepreneur is a noun. This country is the only place on the planet where it's something you put on your LinkedIn profile. I find that so strange because in every other country, every other language, whether you're talking about Arabic, Farsi, Hindi, Mandarin, Portuguese, they hate it when you lump them in with Spanish, but still, like the closest translation is a verb. An entrepreneur is how you think. Entrepreneurship is how you think. It's not who you are. And so we invest in people that think about being sales companies, not people that think about how they can make the widget better. So I don't know if that was like maybe what you guys were looking for, but again, you guys, obviously think about that, disagree with me, form your own thesis. When I started thinking about investing in companies, one of the things I thought a lot about was like these venture capitalists. Again, in Virginia, there's no venture capital. We're not the venture, we make wine and I don't know what else, milk, I guess. And somebody asked me like, what is Virginia like? I said, well, it's like South Dakota. It's just maybe, it's the same actually, so. But anyway, so I started thinking like, well, what these venture capitalists, like 2008, I'm like, what in the world do these people do? And so I started going to these conferences and trying to like learn, and I ran into like some really notable VCs back then, and I'm like, what do you guys do? And some of these notable people would sit there and be like, oh, well, we manage money and da-da-da-da, and I was like, well, how many deals do you do? Like, how many investments do you do? And they'd be like, well, we do like 10 deals a year. And in my head, I'm like, what in the world do you do for the other 355 days of the year? And anyway, the long and short of it is, do you guys ever see that movie in the, it was around that time, 2008, Moneyball? Did you guys ever see that movie? I don't know why that was applause, but I'll take it. My ego is where, this is great. But the core premise of that movie is it's based off of a book from the 1980s. And what it fundamentally talks about is this idea that baseball players have been selected incorrectly through human bias for a long time. That they tend to get picked by coaches that say, oh, that guy's got a good swagger to him. Oh, I like the way he follows through in that swing. That's how it was done. And, I think it was Bill James, the author of the book, went in and said, hey, he looked at the statistics. Baseball, for better or for worse, is one of the sports that has the longest set of data ever recorded. I mean, you can go back to the late 1800s and get data sets on players, right? And so Bill James, as a statistics guy, went in and basically said, hey, all that is trash. The fundamental tell of whether a player is going to be good or useful to the team is his on-base percentage. And his book, basically, the fundamental theory of the book was, who cares what he looks like or swings like or runs like? What matters is, what is the on-base percentage? And so he goes on to say, if you agree with me so far, he goes on to say, these players are undervalued by the market. And then he further goes on to say, what if you constructed a full team of high on-base players? And so the Oakland Athletics did it. And as you know in the movie, it worked until it didn't. But in the end of the movie, they portray it as a failure. The truth is it was not a failure. To this day, the front office of most baseball, well, the entire baseball league, but also NFL, has become a Moneyball thing. So I started thinking about Moneyball for startups. What is Moneyball for startups? It would be a statistical model where we invest in about 200 companies per year. I'll bore you to death, but it turns out at above 125 investments per year, your probability of catastrophic loss of the entire portfolio drops to under 5%. So at 200 deals, you at least kind of insulate further, and now you have the option of following the survivors in the portfolio up. Now, we'll get into the math if you want, but the point is, I started thinking about Moneyball for startups. It's a process of aggressively building a portfolio that can return significant amounts of money, and we've been able to do it. But this idea over the years has expanded into there is a thing called Moneyball for cities, which we'll talk in a minute, and there's also Moneyball for your careers, which I'll hopefully talk about here in a minute too. So far, I know we're kind of all over the place, but you guys following me so far? Okay, man, yeah, ooh, all right. Hey, whoever the next speakers are, I'm warming them up for you, so you're welcome. I'll be out there for a beer later. Okay, we'll kind of fast forward here. I brought data just to prove my points now. So let's just start with a cliche. Early stage startups have changed. They've changed because it's cheaper than ever to start. $50 today is the equivalent of $5 million 20 years ago. Let me explain. 20 years ago, if you wanted to start a company and accept a credit card, you had to have a relationship with a local bank. You had to put up collateral with that bank, and then they would give you the privilege of that black credit card swiper. You remember that thing? Yeah, I know you guys don't want to date yourselves. Okay. So then here I am, like I'm trying to, I got to do all this stuff, and okay, now here's the thing. Let's say I want to sell you something with a credit card. Now I went through all that. I had to have money. I had to know somebody. I had to put $3,000 up as collateral and put my own credit on the line. And on top of that, if I sell you something, I would swipe your card. Now you would presumably expect whatever it is right away, right? You're like, hey, I just gave you my credit card. You got to give me whatever it is, right? And so I would. But then, at the end of the day, I got to run that sheet over to the bank because they want the original. And then, 6 weeks later, as long as you didn't do a chargeback, I would get the money minus a bunch of fees. Okay, now compare that to now. If any one of you wanted to start a company right now and you didn't want to leave your seat, right here, right now, you could download the Stripe app on your phone, take a card payment in the next 2 minutes. So it's cheaper than ever to start. Agree, disagree? Okay, all right. I brought data just in case. Okay, but you agree, so we can move on. All right, the second thing that's driving this change is the web's getting bigger, the world's getting smaller. It used to be that place really mattered. It really, you know, when I was younger, I made patios. I was a bricklayer growing up with my dad, and my dad used to say, like, listen, if you remember, like back then, you would get a caller ID, and everything was about area codes. You remember that? And like, I don't know how it was here, but like Virginia was like. Anyway, he would basically say any 540 numbers, which are to the west of us, we don't answer. Like, don't even take the voicemail. Don't even talk to them. But anything that's a 703 or a 202, which is to the east, always pick that up on the first ring. And the reason he said that was because to the west of us was all rural. So even if they paid us the right amount of money, the truck going out there, you can only do one job a day. You'd make this big 200-mile loop to make it work. But if you went to the east, you could do 3 jobs a day because they're all close together. Place mattered. The thing about the internet is it makes it not matter anymore. So as an example, going back to entrepreneurship, the verb, by the way, let's say you're an accountant at Samford, right? Entrepreneurship doesn't necessarily mean you have to start something. It could mean maybe you do a side hustle. Maybe you're a part-time bookkeeper through the internet for a company in Tennessee. That's entrepreneurship, and I would argue that's actually more valuable to the community than one more, factory moving to town. But anyway, the world's getting smaller. So every one of these strengths, by the way, has a weakness or a disadvantage to it. What this means is, while you can also now work from anywhere and be anything you want from anywhere, so can everybody else. Right? So, that's the pro and the con here. Again, I brought data to this just in case. You know, it took the telephone 75 years to reach 100 million households. But whatever it says about society, Candy Crush Saga hit 100 million users in a year, right? Are you guys following so far? Like, is this helpful, maybe? There's opportunity in all this. I feel like I'm like winding you guys down. I'm trying to be your like Tony Robbins here or something. Okay, the third thing, by the way, is traction is a new intellectual property. You know, the cliche example I use is why has nobody beat Facebook? Why is Facebook, for better or for worse, why is Facebook still the predominant social network? And bingo, whoever said that was right, but everybody's there. Yeah, 2 billion people every day open their phone and look at Facebook. So when you're an entrepreneur and you come in here and you're like, well, you know, I'm going to create a social network for 3-armed golfers. You're like, what in the world? Come on. But traction is a new intellectual property. Here's the other side of that, by the way. Patents are, you know, not all that enforceable anymore. I mean, not to like be a, you know, negative guy here, but the thing is that, you know, unfortunately, whoever has the deeper pockets tends to win the litigation, not whoever is right. In matters of patents, not everything else. But traction is a new intellectual property, and what that means is you have the built-in distribution networks already. So if you're thinking about an idea and you're not acting on it within days, you are the problem. And I'm going to challenge the community here in a minute, so we'll come back to this in a minute too. Fourth big change is capital is commoditized. Because it's cheaper than ever to start, you don't have to go to Silicon Valley and go pitch a fund anymore. You know, when it took $5 million to start a company, you had to, you know, go pitch the 40 or so firms in the country that could fund you. Today, if what we're talking about is $50 or $500 to get on the internet, I mean, even if you don't have that money, I would argue that somebody within your network might, right? Obviously, there's some issues there with equity and stuff like that, but we can deal with that. Point is, it is now more commoditized than ever. The reality is money is following founders. One other thing you should take away, if nothing else from here, is that the founders have the control. The future will be built by the founders and the entrepreneurially minded people, not the investors, not the government, not anybody else. It's the founders. The rest of us, by the way, the investors, the government, the EDCs, whoever you are, we're here to basically grease the skids as best we can for the founders. And the money does follow. Now, again, as a founder in here, you're probably like, oh, come on, that's easy to say, but the data doesn't lie. You know, go on angellist.com right now, and thousands of founders are getting funded every single day by investors that don't even live in the city they live in. You know, so where we're headed with this, we only got a few minutes here left, but I'll say where we're headed with this is companies are starting everywhere else and staying everywhere else. This is good for Sioux Falls, by the way. This is good for wherever you're from, because now people don't leave if they don't want to. And for the investors in the room, there are more opportunities now for companies in your portfolio to be in your portfolio, even though they're not VC compatible. And we can talk more about this offline, but the point is, in our investment strategy, half of our investments every year are tech companies, whatever you want to call that, and then the other half of our companies are Main Street. Brick and mortar bars, restaurants, taco trucks, code schools, daycares, you know, and so we're portfolio constructors, not deal pickers or anything like that. So fast forward here a little bit, ambition is equally distributed. You know, you guys are just as ambitious as your peers in Cedar Rapids and DC and New Delhi, right? Cash is easier to get than ever, but the functional skills are not evenly distributed. This is your advantage, by the way. The United States, for better or for worse, still has what I would argue to be one of the, if not the, most highly educated group of citizens out there. And so this is the thing. Like, if we can harness our ambition, if we can like talk about this idea of like entrepreneurship being a verb, and we can use the training that we get through skills and schools and, you know, everything you do, like, this is the unfair advantage that we have here. But here's the challenge I'll leave you with, and I'm just about done, but I'll just say the challenge I'll leave you with is, again, entrepreneurship is the fundamental driver. We talked about that, but the challenge is get to $1,000 in the next 30 days. So here's the awkward part, okay? If you know somebody in this room that has been talking about an idea for a while, You got to hold them accountable, because there's no glory in saying, I've been thinking about something for 3 years or 3 months or whatever. Your success is a function of how many things you try, not who you know or who your daddy is or whatever it is, right? Things have changed now. So the community has to hold people accountable. I am convinced, by the way, that the world would be a better place if all these mentors would stop mentoring people unless it was a question about sales. That's awkward for the advisors I think I've seen in here. There's a couple advisors. You're nice. I won't see you after tomorrow probably for another half a year. But honestly, like, I'm half joking, half serious. If you see somebody in your friend network or, whatever that's been talking about something, hold them accountable or try to get them to move on to the next thing. For the investors in here, same thing. Your portfolio is not going to turn into realized capital unless these companies actually sell some stuff. So here's my little heuristic, by the way, as an investor. If the founder talks to me, so it doesn't matter whether it's for a 2-minute coffee thing out there in the hallway or a 30-minute, catch-up call, on Zoom or whatever. Here's my thing. I always set a timer in my head. And if half the meeting is them explaining something, we got huge red flags here. Huge red flags, because now they don't understand that all that stuff, they're probably not thinking about the right thing. Sales, sales, sales. It's the only thing, the default state of your company is failure. And the only people that turn it around is the founders, the entrepreneurs, not the investors or the community or anything like that. So hold them accountable. And then, so I'll just kind of leave it there and just say, if you want this community to get better, if you want to make more money as an investor or an entrepreneur or whatever, you've just got to get to that next $1,000 and then kill the idea if it doesn't work. There's no shame in that. The only shame should be if you kind of drag it out too long. So I'll just end it there by saying it has never been easier to start a company. Never, ever, ever has it been easier to start, but it's also never been harder. And I think it's important for you to understand that. I don't mean to end it on a negative note. I say this because if you recognize this and can embrace this, you can fight against it. Anyway, I'm out of time, but I'll just kind of stop there for now and just say, obviously, happy to test the ideas with you, kick some things around. Feel free to, message me later if you like. But I'm excited to be here. It's been fun to see how far things have come in the last 3 years since I've been here. So thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you guys for the
Paul
time.
Singh. Great job.
Thanks very much. Happy to do questions, or if we're running out of time, we can do it later.
Yeah, we'll do it after.
Yep, sounds good.
Yes,
Thanks.
yep. So actually, Paul will be available once we do our cocktail hour around 5 o'clock. You'll be welcome to pick his brain at that time and ask him about executing, and maybe he'll even be the person that actually allows you to make that first sale for $1,000. So before we get to our next presenter, if you are a finalist in the student business plan or in the idea competition, too many competitions in my head, if you'll head over to the kind of black curtain over there, and Tim Wheelborg will give you kind of some heads up on the next steps there. A few other sponsors I wanted to thank. One of them actually just walked in. Kyle, thanks for showing up today. Kyle actually has been, I think, at all 18 Innovation Expos, and I'm not even joking. Is that accurate? We have been. We have a poster of you in the office. So thank you again for your support. Really appreciate that. Mid-American Energy, another one of our sponsors, long time, that's been really able to help us out, put this on every year. Our next presenters, this is kind of, one of, again, back to what I was saying in the beginning, kind of what this is all about moving forward ideas and entrepreneurs, like Paul said, not just innovating, but entrepreneurs. So our presenters that are coming to the stage spoke here last year and won the student idea competition that is coming up after them. Since then, they have received an angel fund investment from a South Dakota angel group. They're finalists in the Hope Prize. They were actually supposed to leave for Europe until they got canceled to compete there. And they took first place in the South Dakota student competition at the Giant Vision competition this year earlier. So some amazing women who are really doing some great things, and they're here to talk to us a little more about Femeno. So with that, please welcome Peyton, Brigit, and Ashlyn to the stage.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Brigit Blote.
I'm Ashlyn Atwood.
And I'm Peyton Riz, and we are the co-founders of Femeno, a tech fashion startup originating from the University of South Dakota. Go Yotes for any Yotes in the room. I think my mic just ended. There we go. And we're just excited to share our journey. And we were the winners of last year's innovation competition, like Nick said, so we're just grateful to be here. We do have slides. So if we could get those up there, that'd be awesome. Don't know if the tech people.
Does the green button
got
advance?
that.
Green button?
Green button, pressing it. Oh, okay, we'll just go back a little bit. Maybe it was a little frozen. Okay, there's our starting slide. Here we go.
So basically, we just wanted to say last year at this time, Peyton actually was here pitching. Ashlyn and I were stuck in quarantine. We had a last-minute change of events because of COVID. So we're really just grateful to be here with you today and share with you just a little snippet about what we're building at Fomeno.
Awesome. So Fomeno is a fashion tech company, like I said, and we're really trying to combat the issue of environmental degradation within the fashion industry. And today, the fashion industry is the second dirtiest industry in the world. Am I clicking the right button, this green one? Okay, because it's not going next. Am I supposed to point in a certain direction? Okay, there we go. Awesome. Okay, the fashion industry is the second dirtiest industry in the world. It contributes to 20% of the global water pollution, 10% of the carbon emissions, and is leading the world in unethical working conditions. Our favorite quote by Rachel Kibbe is, she's a sustainable fashion expert, and she says, the only true sustainable way to shop is to not shop at all, unless you're buying clothes that already exist. So with this growing knowledge of sustainable fashion and the negative effects of fast fashion, millennials and Gen Zs are choosing to have a positive impact on the planet by buying secondhand. And with that, the thrifting industry, especially that online marketplace of thrifting, is really exploding. It's booming from a $37 billion industry to a $77 billion industry in the next 5 years.
But despite this tremendous growth, there's still a problem. The customer is really dissatisfied with the overall experience of online thrifting. The inventory is scattered across hundreds of online thrift shops. It's unorganized, and if you find a specific item you like, it's really hard to figure out how you could coordinate that with a specific outfit or something of the sort. And so it's honestly with these issues in mind that we founded Fomeno. We are a platform that is committed to offering the simplest thrifting experience yet, and we do that by taking inventory from hundreds of online thrift shops and bringing it to one location so that we are streamlining the process of online thrifting.
So Fomeno has two main functions within our app. The first is a search bar where you can simply type in the clothing item you are looking for, and Fomeno will curate the best option for you. So this is perfect if you already know what you're looking for, but if not, that's where our second feature comes in, and that is our Explore page. Our Explore page allows users to scroll through fashion influencer photos and thrift outfits similar to what they are wearing. So our search bar offers ease, where our Explore page offers inspiration, and these two features together transform online thrifting.
2 years ago, Brigit was traveling and studying in Costa Rica, and that's where the idea of Fomeno came about. And so 2 years later, we are now recognized as one of the United States' lead tech startups dedicated to environmental and social impact by the Hult Prize Global Foundation. And what the Hult Prize is, it's a sustainable business competition run on over 121 countries with over 300,000 teams entering each year, and only 30 of those teams advancing to the Global Accelerator Program, which is acclaimed as the Nobel Prize for Students. And we were luckily one of those teams that got chosen to represent the US. And it has been an incredible journey since March of 2020 when we entered in that accelerator program. We got to learn and meet a bunch of different business mentors and experts from across the world. We were involved in a community and network of students that were dedicated to social and environmental impact. And through that journey, we really got to grow Fomeno and the business, and we're super grateful for that. But along with that, we also had awesome opportunities just within the state of South Dakota. As it mentioned, Nick mentioned all these things kind of earlier, but last year's Innovation Expo competition, the I2I was a really great experience for us to pitch as well, the Governor's Giant Vision competition, and then we also were top 20 finalists in the Halcyon Incubator, which is hosted in Washington, D.C. So those were all great experiences for us, and we've taken, in the year and a half of runway for Fomento, we've taken a business idea and through beta testing and validation have created a viable business ready to launch.
So, however, as grateful as we are for the experiences that we've got to go through so far with Fomento, it's hard not to look back and laugh about our unconventional start. Before we pitched at USD's on-campus HALT Prize, we were just 3 students pursuing degrees in the medical field. I was pre-OT, Brigit and Peyton were pre-med, and we met on college athletics running track and triathlon together. But behind the scenes, that's where our passions really came through. Brigit is a fanatic about sustainable fashion. She started her own online thrift store in her college dorm room. Peyton loves talking to people, and she's a great motivator, and she's always involved on different on-campus speaking engagements. And I just love to design things. So. But all of us came together with a desire to have a positive impact on the planet, and that's where we are using our strengths to create Fomento. So, yeah,
it really has been a fun journey, and I think one thing that we ultimately come back to is being in college and starting a business. I think it's pretty difficult, but also it makes me realize that being in any phase of life and starting a business is very difficult because there's so many things constantly going on and you're pulled in a million different directions. But one thing that we really learned through this experience is that if you're passionate about something and you're rooted in a greater purpose, you are going to be successful, no matter what is going on in life. And I think, too, with that, it's about the team you're surrounded with. So I love our team of 3, but now we've expanded to a team of 8. But in addition to that, I feel like our team is even bigger than that. The Sioux Falls community and South Dakota at large has been such a supporter to us throughout this whole process, from figuring out from the start how to do a 1-minute pitch, to putting together capitalization tables, all the way to becoming investors in our company. And so with that in mind, I'm just really grateful. I'm from South Dakota, so is Ashlyn. Peyton's American home is South Dakota. And we're just really grateful that this community has been there to support us along the way. So we're very grateful for that.
Yeah, like Brigit said, South Dakota makes it feel like home even being away. So we're super grateful for everyone out there. And what really motivates us and fuels us each day is the people that come up to us and say, I love your business idea, or the people that reach out to us and help us in areas that we might be lacking, or all those memories just working hard late at night, building the business, building our network together. So when things get tough, we think of this community right here and everything that we've been doing. So we just like to thank you guys for that. And when we all work together, we know we can have the greatest difference and greatest impact. And when we bring our Fomento community together, we know that we will wear clothes that matter. And I see a lot of our competitors. I'm assuming you guys are all lined up there. We just had some little advice that we want to give you guys, encouragement, because we know what it's like exactly to be in your shoes. We're in your shoes still today. So I just wanted to say, like, you guys have gotten here today, you've come up with this idea, you've been the ones that have had the vision and spark to make it happen, and you've taken days where you've, instead of going out and hanging out with your friends or family or doing other activities that you love, you've chosen to dedicate things to your business. And along the way, we've learned that this whole journey of building your business is actually the fun part and is what makes it all worth it. So just remember those things and all the strengths and up and downs that you've had, but it makes you stronger once you're on stage here today. And a lot of what we've talked about today is our why and why we started Fomento. So remember why you started your businesses, and when you're pitching on stage, every word that you say should be driven from that why, because when you speak from your passions and your why, we'll feel it too. And just remember to take a deep breath and remember that believe in yourself. You need to also believe in your business, and remember that today is just one day, one competition, and no matter what happens, keep going because you love it, you are passionate about it, and you want to make a difference. So we wish you all the best, and I know, just like Nick said, everyone in this room is here to support you guys, so good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you very much. Now my mic's dead. Thank you. Appreciate it. And there really is a great example of kind of what we're looking towards. So we can't thank you enough, and we look forward to hearing more about Fomeno. So thank you once again.
Nick.
Thank you.
Round of applause, please, for Fomeno. So we'll have our idea competition finalists come up now, and I'll kind of give a rundown of how this will work. We'll have to get creative on space, but it'll work out. So for the idea competition, a couple of ground rules, because this does require audience participation. First and foremost, we are going to be doing text voting once all of the pitches are done. So have your phone handy. Once the pitches are all done, we will go ahead and put up the ballots to vote on the screen here. So you'll see a phone number, and then you'll be able to pick 1 through 7, and that's how you'll be able to vote for what your favorite pitch is. Our students here are comprised of colleges all across Eastern and South Dakota. They'll each be given 2 minutes to give their pitch. They'll go over to the podium there. The mic should already be on. Give their 2-minute pitch. And just like Peyton was saying, because we want to make sure that we're supporting them and giving them the full opportunity of what it's like to get up on stage in front of lots of people and lots of lights and really nervous stuff, we're going to give all of these guys and gals a standing ovation, okay? So 2-minute pitch. So it's okay, right? So 2-minute pitch. Once they're done, we're going to give them a standing ovation. We're going to make a lot of noise. Our next pitch is going to come up after the 7 are done. Then we'll go ahead and do our text voting, and we'll decide who our first, second, and third place finishers are. All of the teams that are up here today will be taking home at least some money for their business ideas. So with that, we're going to start off with Kevin Jenkins from Dakota State.
All right. It works. Sweet. Do I just start whenever? All right. So, show of hands, how many of you guys have ever donated to some sort of ecological fund? Restoration project? Okay. For those of you that didn't, do you know how? I'm going to take that as a no. All right. So, one thing that we were all taught growing up was to protect the planet. I don't know about you guys, but now, more than ever, seems pretty relevant. As you can see, probably more than half of you guys don't know how. So I decided to bridge that gap by making Eco. It's an eco-friendly online clothing store, fashionable, sustainable clothing, biodegradable. And the thing that differentiates Eco from most of the other eco-friendly brands out there is that for every item that you purchase, 25% of your donation will be sent to any of these funds, such as Team Trees, the Ocean Rescue, many things like that. So, here we are. I'm drawing a blank, I'm sorry. But Eco is here to make things a whole lot easier. Saving the environment has never been better.
All right. Let's hear it for Kevin. Good. There you go. See? Next time it'll be that much easier. That's right. Our next pitch is going to come from Ian Kelly from Presentation College.
Hi, everybody. So my idea is actually a tablet form of sunscreen. So it's no secret, people love convenience. And say you're going on a hike or going to the beach or just spending, a day outside, especially by yourself. It's hard to make sure your skin is protected throughout the entire process of being outside. And so with the tablet, it's a very convenient way of being able to keep your skin protected without the hassle of trying to make sure you get your entire body covered in sunscreen. So, the target market involved is relatively anybody. It's obvious that older people are more concerned with the well-being of their skin than when you're young. When you're young, you get away with a lot more. But, the target market, once to me, like, once we can show that it works for older people, I'm sure like it'll follow with the younger group of people. Like adults will make sure their kids get involved with it. But no, really, I want to stress convenience. I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to make sure you bring a bottle around with you everywhere you go, especially to the beach. And so being able to slip a pill in your purse, your wallet, a backpack, like it really simplifies the whole process while keeping your skin protected the whole time. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's go. Our next pitch is going to come from the team from SDSU that includes Nick Deegan. Take it away.
As we all here from South Dakota know, there are only actually two seasons, winter and road construction. Currently, one aspect of the asphalt paving process consists of a worker walking alongside a semi-trailer belly dump, manually spreading asphalt in front of the paving operation. This puts the worker at risk of potentially being ran over by moving heavy equipment, and additionally, it sacrifices quality over quantity.
Along with the danger of this worker, there's a cost to this worker. The DOT mandates a wage of $18.86 an hour, and construction hours work long weeks, 40, 50, 60 hours. In addition to that cost, if the paver accidentally lays too much asphalt, the whole operation has to halt, no progress can be made, and deadlines inch closer.
Our product aims to solve this problem by automating the entire dumping process. Using sensors and microcontrollers and interfacing with the existing pneumatics on the trailers, we can automate the process and create a controlled asphalt spread entirely autonomously. This not only improves process efficiency, but also worker safety.
This automated process, as mentioned before, will eliminate that downtime, which just has that exponential growth cost as the entire operation is halted. This is going to be a no-brainer for all of the different paving crews and trailer owners to purchase this automated retrofit to their trailers due to not only the more inline scheduling, but also the more consistent paving, which is going to allow them to better control and manage how much material they need to pave these roads. We hope to spread to all the various asphalt paving industries across this company when it comes, the country when it comes to laying roads and other sorts of things.
Someone practiced a few times. All right, next up, we have Lindsay from SDSU.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today. My name is Lindsay Cisco, and I'm a music entrepreneurship major at SDSU, but I've always prioritized my appearance and fashion, and I've really been looking into it lately because, guys, I know I may have expressed my market towards women already, but happy wives means happy lives, remember? And I've noticed that the shapewear industry has gotten huge in the market lately, and I know although it's not like supposed to be a priority, our figure, we pay attention to it a lot as women. But I have been curious as to why our attention has drawn away from shoes, because importance of walking and comfort is not in the heel industry. And I personally love wearing heels, especially strapless heels, but they fall off my feet, they give me blisters, and I just thought about combining shapewear aspects to heels, as in using more polyester and nylon materials to really give you that hug of spandex on your feet so that you don't have to worry about them slipping off. And also just adding a lot more cushion so you can have that stamina and still feel foxy and elegant in the style of shoe that you want. So although it's cheesy, I just want women to feel confident and sexy and feel divine on cloud 9. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Zoe from the University of Sioux Falls.
Hi, like Nick said, I'm Zoe Seagard. I go to the University of Sioux Falls, and I'm on the cross-country team. I actually run with Ashlyn's ex-teammate, if you call it that. But it's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of running. And when you're running, you think a lot. So I've got a lot of ideas, and this was the perfect opportunity to share my idea. And the best one I came up with was, who here likes to watch movies with subtitles? Subtitle people? Okay. Same. I love subtitles, but they don't actually offer a lot of closed caption movies in movie theaters. And so my idea would be to create glasses that have subtitles when you put them on during the movie. And this would not only benefit just people who like subtitles, this would benefit people who are hearing impaired, who have attention deficit disorders, so many things that limit those people who have those disabilities and not necessarily are able to be entertained as much because they simply can't hear it or they can't focus on the movie enough. And so this would bring everyone together as they were able to wear their little subtitle glasses and they're able to focus on the movie a lot better and be entertained.
Our next presenter is Sean from USD.
Hi, my name is Sean. I'm a pole vaulter at USD. College athletics is nearly a $20 billion business with approximately 500,000 athletes, yet no supplement brand has been specifically designed for them. I plan to create a supplement brand made by college athletes for college athletes, starting with a pre-workout brand. Pre-workout is a vital tool that athletes can utilize to maintain energy and focus, which in turn can improve performance. However, many widely available pre-workouts may contain substances that are banned by the NCAA. Even if you unintentionally consume these substances, you may have to go through a 1-year suspension. As an NCAA athlete myself, it is a struggle to determine if these pre-workouts contain these substances. My product will be labeled NCAA compliant, making it easier for nearly 500,000 athletes to know the product does not contain any of these substances. With the current state of the NCAA, it is the perfect time to introduce a product like this. With the rule change regarding name, image, and likeness, it will be easier and cheaper to market through collegiate athletes. Eventually, I will have products designed for each sport, which my research shows most athletes would prefer. For example, some sports need sustained energy, some need more quick power. We would have a mix tailored for each type of sport to help each athlete optimize their individual training. A product like this is not just limited to college athletics. There are 8 million high school athletes and millions of amateur athletes who are worried about questionable ingredients. I even have a buddy who just got silver in the Olympics, and he showed interest in a product like this. Some athletes simply buy whatever pre-workout fits their budget and don't bother reading the ingredients, while others go to the extent of doing their own research. It would be so much easier for everyone involved if there was an indicator on the label stating NCAA compliant. And with the NCAA changing rules frequently, it takes a company dedicated to this market to keep a product updated.
Awesome. Thanks, Sean. All right, so up on the screen here, we'll have our text voting service that's going to come up. So the phone number to use. Teddy, I did not mean to do that to a fellow jackrabbit. Yes. Last but certainly not least, got a little ahead of myself, is Teddy Schwabach from SDSU. If Teddy wins now after this, I'm really in trouble.
But certainly not least.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm Teddy Schwabach. I'm a junior at SDSU, and this is my partner, Lucas Schaefbauer from SDSU. And we actually sought out to fix a problem that I think most people have. So by a show of hands, how many of you have run into the issue where you go to take your garbage out and the bin is already quite full or getting very full? This happens to most people. Oh, that's more than I thought. So in talking to people, this is something we found, and so we sought out to fix this, and we think we might have a solution. We came up with Trash App, an application on your phone that allows the customer to decide when they want their garbage picked up. This will be beneficial to anyone, like I said, whose garbage fills up rather quickly. for those who, are having company over and don't want their stinky, full garbage can in the garage. And then also for those whose garbage bin never actually does fill up very full and they don't need it once a week. So we would like to offer an application, pay per application garbage service.
There's another problem that we thought that we were going to solve is who here hates making dump runs? They're the worst, aren't they? Yeah, I've always had to make them for my dad growing up, or run them for my dad growing up, and I just hate them. So I was like, we were also going to incorporate into this application customers' ability to order a dump run, almost like an Uber Eats, but it'd be a dump run. And so you take everything to the dump. You take large-scale appliances, you take furniture, you take lawn clippings and whatever. So that's what we would like to incorporate as well into this application. And I think it would be something beneficial for everyone who doesn't have the inability to make dump runs, whether they don't have a truck or a trailer, or whether they don't even have the time in a week just to make this dump run due to busy schedules and busy personal lives. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Now we have all of them done. All right, so our text voting is going to come up on the screen here in a second. The phone number that we're going to use is, there it is on the screen. So the phone number is 541-422-2278. It's like bingo. 541-422-2278. And you'll get one vote per person. Option number 1 would be Kevin Jenkins from Dakota State. Option number 2 was Ian Kelly. Choice number 3 was Nick Deegan and team from SDSU. Option number 4 would be Teddy Schwebeck. Option 5 would be Lindsay. Option number 6 would be Zoe. And option 7 would be Sean. While we tabulate the votes, we're actually going to ask David Owen, the president of the South Dakota Chamber of Commerce, to come up and say a few words about the South Dakota Giant Vision Competition, a big part of supporting Innovation Expo and supporting college students in our state. Please welcome David to the stage.
First announcement to make is that we're done with standing ovations. I'm with the South Dakota Chamber of Commerce, and I've managed to spend my entire career avoiding both the private sector and the public sector. So here's how we play into this. We need these entrepreneurs to become actual businesses, to join the South Dakota Chamber and give us money to use to keep elected officials and public servant bureaucrats from eating them alive. We have the privilege of working with the Governor's Office of Economic Development and some money that the governor uses from the Future Fund for prize money for the Giant Vision business competition. There is a student competition and there is a business competition. The website has been on the screen and you will see it. What it takes to apply for Giant Vision is sending in your kind of business plan or thinking through. We're looking for people that are thinking about business or people that maybe are in their first few years of business. So the first round, and the applications are due midnight, February 25th for the business competition. And honest to God, if you send it in at 3 in the morning, I think you'll be okay. And March 4th for the student competition. And we'd like you to spell out what you're thinking about. We think you ought to know what you're going to sell, who you're going to sell it to, kind of projected financials, who are you working with, what's your team, what's your competition. You're learning through this process and these many opportunities how to package all of this, send it to our judges. They will pick 8, 9, 10 finalists in each division and have them go to the competition, which is held in conjunction with the GOED annual meeting and spring conference. So you get there, and we've seen all kinds of proposals, high-tech, farm implements, public services. We had a high-tech doghouse, which unfortunately got put next to the newfangled grill That took a little explaining. You will set up a booth. You will meet economic developers, financiers, successful business people. A panel of judges will listen to you, ask you questions. Top prize for business, $20,000. Top prize for student competition is $5,000. So take a look at that as a next step from here, as you heard our winners from last year. You have the results?
Yes, we have the results. So we, like I said at the beginning, everyone will be receiving some startup funds today for their idea. We're going to announce the top 3 winners. When your name is called, David has a certificate for you to acknowledge this. Coming in first place is Garbage Prime, Teddy. And Luke, come on up. Yep, first place, yep. Oofta. Alrighty, coming in second place is the college pre-workout supplement team, Sean from USD. And our third place team is the asphalt automation team from SDSU, Nick Deegan and team. Let's give them all one more standing ovation, round of applause, please. One more round of applause. All right. David, thank you for being a part of this. Students, you can head to the very back of the room. Tim will be back there in just a second. He has the actual important stuff, the money. So I know as college students, you may or may not be looking for that. So thank you again for entering your idea into the competition. And please do keep in mind those deadlines that David mentioned in regards to entering into the student Giant Vision competition. Our next matter of business at the Innovation Expo is the Spirit of Enterprise Award. The Spirit of Enterprise Award is given annually to an individual in recognition of personal commitment, dedication, and achievement in entrepreneurship. These individuals are directly responsible for helping shape the entrepreneurial culture of our state. The award is sponsored and presented by the McGowan Capital Group. With that, I'd like to welcome someone who's been supporting this award for a long time, Gene McGowan, to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gene to the stage.
Just a note for the logistics, if you're going to have the old guys up here, you got to leave the lights on the stage. It's okay to be dark out there. No, that's okay. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much for this opportunity to recognize entrepreneurship in Sioux Falls. This year's recipient is no stranger to this audience or to the South Dakota entrepreneurial ecosystem. Start with an entrepreneur, an angel investor, a business coach, a supporter, leader, an active participant in several community entrepreneur groups. And oh, by the way, he's also the CEO of the family business. And what a business it is. Since taking over the family's route sales business in 2011, he's put the business online, started selling products on Amazon, eBay, Walmart, and Sears. By 2014, the company was named an Inc. 500 company, recognized by Inc. as the fastest growing business in South Dakota. Since receiving that award, they've remained on the Inc.'s list of fastest growing companies for 5 consecutive years. Today, they are also recognized as a top 35 seller on the Amazon platform. Already, no surprise left, and who this person is, I think most of you probably already know, but Matt Paulson says he's the most active angel investor in the state of South Dakota. He's invested in dozens of deals nationwide, meets regularly with entrepreneurs to provide mentorship, guidance, and capital. Brian Manor, Executive Director of Startup Sioux Falls, says he is a truly successful champion of entrepreneurship in our community. From countless hours spent facilitating company starters to their capital investments with the Falls Angel Fund, he truly walks the walk. As you likely already know, he's recently also been awarded the Startup Champion of the Year at the 2021 Hey Sioux Falls Entrepreneurial Awards event to recognize his personal commitment and dedication to help grow the Sioux Falls startup community. Spirit of Enterprise Award. Purpose is to recognize personal commitment, dedication, and achievement in entrepreneurship. And I am very honored and delighted to present the 2021 Spirit of Enterprise Award to Eric Weisser. Eric?
I'm sure they want to hear from me, right?
Yes.
This is one of those awards where Gene's trophy case is already full. It's actually filled with this one, which is interesting. So I guess I was next up in line. But I see I've got some co-starters folks here in the front. That's how I really got involved with Startup Sioux Falls, and I had the opportunity to be a facilitator for this program called Co-Starters. So I'll just do a quick sales pitch for that because it really impacted my year, and it's going to impact my life going forward, getting to meet you fine folks. Here's what it is. You pay a few $100s, and you commit to 10 weeks of time with a group of people. They call that a cohort. It's a fancy word, but really it's just a group of people to get together. You get a facilitator, somebody like me, somebody maybe that's been in business for a while, but don't let being a facilitator scare you or anything like that. There's probably facilitators in the room. The magic is really with the people. And so you get 10 to 15 people that are like-minded doing amazing things, and they're the folks that really help each other. So I got to go along for the ride, and I thank you guys so much for letting me be a part of it, and I'll be your cheerleader forever. Thank you so much.
Gene, thank you for presenting that award once again. A couple other sponsors to thank while we have a moment. Another longtime sponsor has been the South Dakota Small Business Development Center, another great resource available across the state for anybody starting, buying, selling, or growing a business. Also wanted to thank the team that helped put together all of our web design at Hutman, Rob Radke and Travis Rhodes. Our next presenter coming to the stage, so one of the fun things for me with doing Innovation Expo is the night before I like to take, if I can, the presenters and some of our other co-hosts out to dinner. And I got a chance to talk to Mike Grigsby for quite a while. And just was great to get to know the guy, but just gonna warn all of you, do not get into a negotiation with the man because he taught us some very scary things. So Mike actually moved to Sioux Falls last March in 2020, bringing experience in the public and private sectors on subjects like smart cities, public safety technology, and transportation innovation. He's a veteran of the military and law enforcement. Please welcome the Director of Innovation and Technology for the City of Sioux Falls to the stage, Mike Grigsby.
Now? There we go. All right. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I almost want to just echo everything that Paul said earlier, especially from the comment of there is no better place to start a business than in Sioux Falls. And I'll talk about that here in just a moment. But the opportunity is ripe, and everything is going to be very, very good for anyone wanting to start a business in Sioux Falls. So just very quickly about my background, Nick shared a little bit that I moved here last year from Kansas City, and I am relatively new as a resident to to Sioux Falls, but I'm not new. The city is not new to me. My wife is actually from Sioux Falls, so for about the last 20 years, I've been coming back and forth and visiting and getting to know the city, and watching it grow over time has been very exciting, especially over the last 10 years, especially with the work that I've done prior to coming here. And watching Sioux Falls and the opportunities that are in front of it right now are actually one of the things that drew me here and really made me take a look at what the opportunities are going to be moving forward. So without further ado, I want to get into a discussion about cities and innovation. And what's really interesting, I'm going to start with a premise here. When you talk about, or most people talk about innovation, this is the picture or the image that they have. It's this Rube Goldberg machine. It's this complicated process to do some simple task. In reality, innovation is an idea. It is usually a spark, a golly gee whiz what if, or it comes from a why do we have to do this? Why does this always happen? We heard it from the presenters here a little bit ago. People talking about challenges. Raise your hand if, right? This is where innovation comes from. And the opportunities in front of anyone starting a business doesn't have to look like this. You don't have to get into the complexities of the just business and large, complicated processes to solve a problem. What you're really looking for is to start with an idea. And what I want to share right now is taking an idea from you as a startup, from you as an entrepreneur, is beneficial for us as a city, for the ecosystem, and why the ecosystem is going to be beneficial for you. So I have three key points. This is kind of a no notes required discussion that we're going to have here. But there's three things that I want you to leave with. One, you need cities. Two, cities need you. And three, you have a role to play. Now, as we get into this, you need cities. This is really kind of a base point here, that as you are starting up your business, you need a supportive ecosystem. You need a place where you can conduct commerce. You need a place where you can pitch ideas and build community. So you have to have this supportive ecosystem that's around you. And I think also you need a manageable cost of living, right? So when people think about starting big or starting a business and they want to go into a city, maybe New York or Los Angeles or some of these larger metropolitans come to mind, the reality is starting in a city just like Sioux Falls is ridiculously easy, ridiculously simple, and it gives you all immediate feedback because you get to some of the decision makers very, very quickly, depending on what type of business you're in. The other one that you need is you need an engaged higher education community. And the reason I say this is you have to have a community that's ready to provide you with talent, a pipeline of talent that's coming on board that you can see into the future and prepare for the future. The other thing is that educational community gives you a place and creates a culture within your community to share ideas, to bounce those ideas off of, and to really, I guess, test load some of the ideas that you're having. Another component of the ecosystem that you're needing is access to funding. And here in Sioux Falls, we have at least a dozen very, very well-known investment firms that are looking to help you, whether as an angel or VC. You have to have access to that funding. Yes, you can bootstrap, but if you don't have access to that funding, you're not going to get very far very fast. And so making sure that you have availability with that is huge. And then lastly, you have to have a pool of mentors around. I love how Paul said, any mentor that's not going to talk to you about sales probably should have maybe take a look at another mentor. The idea that you need sales early on in your startup cannot be understated enough or stated enough. And you have to have a group of mentors that understand that. And I think in Sioux Falls, yes, I'm only 18 months into this, but I am learning that those mentors are here in the city. And I will say, just under this current administration, I came here, I was selected by Mayor Tenhaken to come in and help lead the city in a lot of different innovation and technology components. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of the administration, on behalf of Mayor Tenhaken, for your ideas that are either you already have them developed, you're already working, you're already building commerce and engaged in commerce, or you're close to launching. Those ideas are going to change and have an effect, an impact on our community here very, very soon. Cities need you. And I think this is probably one of the other pieces that from a startup community, I don't think we hear enough about how much the entrepreneur community affects and really adds texture and dimension and richness to a community. Entrepreneurs help stoke a sense of local pride. And by that, I want to say that I'll go back to my time in Kansas City. I had the great fortune of being there when we saw a huge boost in the startup community. And I can tell you about spirit wear or city wear or city logos or things along those lines. There were just more people in the startup community and the entrepreneur community that were doing more to carry a message of hope, a message of prosperity, a message of, hey, something can get done. And that was coming out of the startup community. The 1 Million Cups was there. A lot of these things get started, and you start to see, again, this message of hope and prosperity. Again, as you build your businesses, you're going to need talent, and the startup community can help retain that talent. We have, in Sioux Falls, we have several universities that are turning out students every year that think that going to another community, going somewhere else, is where the grass is greener, and they're missing opportunities here locally. Right now, our unemployment rate is at an all-time low. We are challenged with workforce and helping to keep the talent here in town, drawn by opportunities to work with you, opportunities to get into other investment funds. Those are the things that we're really needing to help keep our talent here close and make a ready workforce. That ready workforce also attracts other investors and other development to come into the city. You foster an inclusive community. What's funny is, I'll go back. I started a business back in 2000. It was a web development and marketing firm, and if there was one thing that I can tell you about starting up my own business is that I was really lonely. There were a lot of hours spent at the office trying to get things done, and my community that I needed, I had to go find them, and I was open to anybody. I was open to anybody that wanted to have a conversation, open to anybody that wanted to talk about what I was doing. I was open to talking about anything they wanted to do, and it just built this inclusive community, and you find this fabric that's going on, and so it's, I think the idea of this inclusivity is something that we got to talk about. The last thing that I'll talk about is fearlessness, and I'm going to skip forward to having a role to play. So, as a startup business owner, entrepreneur, I'm going to say that there's fearlessness in this room. There's no fear in this room. And you guys might look at me and say, Mike, I don't know about that. We're starting up a business. But the reality is it takes a lot of courage to start a business. And the idea that, I guess let me say it this way. The idea that your courage can be sourced to other people is something that I think is really, really important. And I guess let me say it this way. Most of you in this room, as an entrepreneur, may not make it big or certainly not as successful as you think. And the attitude that you have, those failed entrepreneurs may go back into the workforce, go back into an organization, but the attitude that you have as an entrepreneur, you actually become intrapreneurs, and you change the fabric, you change the dynamic of the organizations that you're working in. You bring this inventive mindset to it, which even though you may not have succeeded in your own business, you're bringing a success to the entire community, and you are bringing a value set to that organization that changes them and grows that organization. That's hugely important because it's not just about the startup community, but the community overall. Because of that, you are actually the deliverable. Inside of every one of your businesses, you are the deliverable. It starts with you. We saw Paul mention earlier that the funds follow founders, and you are what people buy into, certainly in those early parts of your business. And that fearlessness is hugely invaluable to you to get it going and for you to attract other people to it. As the city continues to grow, for those of you that have not paid much attention right now, our city is in a historic growth rate. We'll do over $1 billion worth of building permits this year. We've done approved over almost $500 million worth of development downtown. the city is on a rapid pace of growth, and the change that we're going to see in the scope of change and the rate of change over the next 4 to 5, maybe 7 years is going to have tremendous impact on the community as a whole, but it's also going to create incredible opportunities for anyone seeking to start a business or anyone already in a business to capitalize more on those opportunities. So as you think about what you're doing in the community, being that deliverable is something that I want to leave you with, because it's you that the community needs. You are going to invest more into the things that are happening within your community, within your neighborhoods, and as you begin to succeed, you're going to have more and more opportunities to find ways to insert yourself into things like homelessness, things like housing issues, things like workforce development. Those will have impact with your own companies as well as with the community overall. So with that, I will say thank you again for being a startup business here. Thank you for the investors for looking at the opportunities here in Sioux Falls. And I just want to say I hope you have and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. We actually have time for questions. So if anyone has questions for Mike, Peter has a microphone. Go ahead and raise your hand. I actually have one. So kind of talking about the opportunity that's in front of us here in the Sioux Falls community, and with your background with smart cities and public safety, things like that, are there any specific projects you can speak to, or any things looking forward on how your office will be able to kind of foster that opportunity and help it grow?
So I think there are, and I mentioned it just a moment ago with regard to homelessness. A lot of you have walked downtown. You've seen this, a lot of the effects of this in our community. Last year, I lived downtown, and as I was walking down the street, an individual that I see regularly, a homeless individual that I see regularly downtown, was walking towards a group of women who were walking towards, based on their conversation, they were walking into or getting ready to go into one of the boutique stores downtown. As this homeless individual got in front of the store that they were heading into before they got into, they made an immediate decision to turn around and not go into that, so that they said they'll go later. The way I looked at that is that's an economic impact that individual, or the stigma around that individual, is having on our community. And that's where I think we have a responsibility to address, but we can't address it simply in a get off my lawn kind of attitude. We have to find meaningful ways to do this. And as we look at, as you start to think about other ideas that may come up, how can we address an issue? And if you want to talk about a ready market, so to speak, how can we address an issue here in Sioux Falls that we have the opportunity to create a replicable model that can be applied or overlaid on top of every other community that's dealing with the exact same issue? Again, I don't think that we can't just say, move away, go do something different. I think we have to address it in a very meaningful and responsible way. But there is an opportunity, a burgeoning opportunity, especially when we think about it through the lens of economic impact to our community. And what does that have long term, not only in downtown vibrancy, but in people wanting to move to the city overall? And so as you think about how that begins to flow in and out and through and across the community, I think it has tremendous impact, and it's just, again, it's an area ripe for opportunity. I mentioned also that we have downtown development going on. For those of you that are in the tech side of startups, what do technology overlays look like on all of the development that we have coming in downtown? When you start to think about smart cities or some of this emergent technologies, you have LED sensors, you have air quality sensors, you have all of these things that are churning out gobs of data, right? Well, what insights do we want to get from the data? And how does, obviously the city wants to use that data for meaningful insights and for better decision making, but now how does that translate on the consumer side? How do consumers want to take that data, let's say it's air quality sensor, how do they want to use that data to determine whether they're going to go out today, or whether they're going to go to that park today, or whether they're going to utilize this service or go sit out on the patio somewhere? So as you think about all of the sensors that are coming, and we have, the city has an open data portal or an open data policy, how do you as an entrepreneur or as a startup business, how do you utilize that information to either bolster your own company, or how do you do that to create an enhanced experience for people who live here, work here, play here, or visit here? So great question.
Yeah. Any other questions? The gentleman in the back there. So the question was, how do you make people aware? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, I'll give an example here. So I just graduated college, and a professor could do some kind of obscure research in something, and that's fine and great, but then there's this gap between people actually consuming that. So how do we make that knowledge about different opportunities in Sioux Falls most accessible to people who might struggle to otherwise get it? I know it's a pretty broad question, so answer as you may.
I think that is the question, right? Because all of this is related to, if I don't know about it, how do I contribute to it? And if I can't contribute to it, how does it change, or how do we make those changes to it? One of the things that I'm saying, and I'm going to kind of give an answer in a roundabout way, but one of the things I've been talking about with my team internally, so within the city, I oversee also the communications division. And one of the things I've been talking about here recently is fidelity within communications channels. How many of you get emails on a daily basis? How many of you get text messages on a daily basis? Right? How many of you get information in your text message that probably should have been an email, or got a message in your email that probably should have been a text message? Or how many of you are on WebEx? Or how many of you are on Zoom? Or how many of you have get a mail letter, or a snail mail? We have so many different communications channels, but we haven't, as a society certainly, but as an organization, most often, we haven't made any standardization with regard to fidelity within specific channels. And because we have so many channels, we don't know which one we're supposed to go look at for the meaningful information that we're going to get. So you had an opportunity to talk to a professor who, because of proximity or because of ready access, you could get available information, and that was translated that way. But what if you didn't have that? What if that wasn't part of your dynamics? Where does someone go to learn about opportunities within the city? You would think that it would be the city website, but how often do we get those updated? You would think that it might be social media. How often do those point back to, you can get the 144 or 280 characters, but what if you need more information before you're going to make an investment decision or make an action decision? So again, I'm answering that in kind of a roundabout way, and I think one of the things, I'll acknowledge that education and awareness is hugely important, and it is the question. How do we get more people aware and educated on these things? But two, how do we identify where the best channels are and what those best channels are? And if you're listening, if you're looking for a business opportunity, hopefully you've heard it, that there's a burgeoning opportunity in what I just said, is how do we clarify the fidelity of the channels that we have? And if somebody hasn't figured that out, I hope they do very, very soon. But it's a very, very good question. Education and awareness is hugely important.
Mike? Well, Mike, we appreciate your time today.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, a round of applause please for Mike Grigsby. A couple other sponsors I wanted to mention while we have a free moment. Did want to make sure and thank Steve Kirby at Blue Stem, as well as First Bank and Trust. I think Sadie Bell might be here with a group of First Bank and Trusters, so thank you for your support this year, as well as Ide Bailey. So at this time, we have, it makes sense because it's an entrepreneurial conference. We have a little bit of a pivot because a good friend, Brienne Maynor, is sick today, so she's not here. So I want to call Peter Hauk up to the stage from Startup Sioux Falls. And we're going to have, I'm going to just throw this at Peter, and he's a cool cat, so he'll figure it out. But we have a nice little panel to talk to today about the Co-Starters program and the Accelerator program that's going on at Startup Sioux Falls. So I'm going to give Peter a few minutes to talk about the program, kind of what they've done so far, where they're going in the future, what it consists of. While he does that and introduces people, I'm going to sneak over there and grab some chairs and bring them on stage, and no one's going to know. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Peter to the stage.
The best way to make sure people don't know about something is to announce it to them, right? So, like you said, my name is Peter Hauk. I'm the community manager for Startup Sioux Falls. For those of you who don't know what Startup Sioux Falls is, we're a nonprofit organization here in Sioux Falls with the sole purpose of making entrepreneurship in the city of Sioux Falls easier. And we do that through a couple of different ways, but one of the most important ways that we've done it, we launched an accelerator program in January. And an accelerator program is really a program that's meant for early and idea stage businesses to help them get the initial traction that they need to succeed in their business. The example that I always give to people is if you're a baker, you might make a mean cake, right? Like you might make a really, really good cake, but you might not know the best way to sell that cake or who exactly the best audience for that cake is or how the best way for you to communicate to that audience is. So Co-Starters is really designed to help people figure those questions out sooner rather than later, because as entrepreneurs, I think there's a tendency for ready, fire, aim, right? People want to. If you're a baker, you might want to just start baking cakes and figure it out later. So Co-Starters is really designed to help plug in right at the very beginning to make sure that you've thought about some of those things in the beginning. As a community, I think Co-Starters is an important program because it allows more people to start something. As an organization, one of the things we encourage people to do is just start the thing that you're thinking about. Paul referenced it earlier. It's really easy to get stuck in not doing something or to think about doing something, but to never actually do it. So we want to encourage people to get more at-bats. We want people to take that leap and try and start something, because odds are pretty good that if they start a couple things, one of those things is going to stick. And Co-Starters is really a program designed to help with that. So there's a couple things that I want to talk about quick. A thriving startup ecosystem creates jobs, it attracts and retains talent, it spurs local development, and it improves the quality of life. A thriving startup ecosystem contributes to a positive cycle that supports long-term and regional economic development. Co-Starters has graduated 35 people from the program since we launched it in January, and we're going to do another 15 here this fall. And the next Co-Starters cohort starts on November 2nd, and it's an 11-week-long program. If you know someone that is right at the very beginning of launching their venture, they need to be in Co-Starters. They need to apply for Co-Starters. So you can find more information about that at startupsiouxfalls.com/accelerator. So with that, that's my quick plug for Co-Starters. Not that you really needed it, because Eric did a really good job of doing that earlier. But I'm going to introduce someone today that none of you have heard of ever before and totally didn't hear an intro of just moments ago. But Eric Weisser is the founder and CEO of Weisser Distributing. Weisser Distributing was founded in 1978 by Eric's father, Bob, and Eric and his father, Bob, Eric's father, Bob. I'm reading, I'm sorry. You can tell that I'm reading because I'm looking down. And for 35 years operated selling body shop supplies locally via a mobile truck to body shops in the Sioux Falls area. 10 years ago, Eric joined the company and bought some of those products to marketplaces like Amazon, eBay, and Walmart. Since then, the company has grown into multiple states, international manufacturing, brand creation, and 210 employees. Eric's focus in the company now revolves around product development, sourcing, employee culture, and their own curated version of the entrepreneurial operating system called Traction. Most recently, Weisser acquired its first DTC brand, FCGoods.com. FC Goods repurposes old baseball gloves and turns them into mini giftable products like men's wallets. Eric is an active angel investor as the vice chair of the Falls Angel Fund. Nearly 150 individual investments with early stage investments in unicorns, Cabify, Grove.co, and Kin. Eric also is a founding investor in the Sioux Falls-based company Terror 29, a haunted house near the Crooks exit. And he's very involved in the local entrepreneurial scene, facilitating our inaugural Co-Starters program here at Startup Sioux Falls. So that was me reading from a paper for a long time, but this guy is really cool, and I want you all to give him a round of applause before he comes on stage.
So there's some people that did the Co-Starters program. They're going to come up here and sit in these wonderful chairs and answer some questions. Do they know who they are? Come on up.
Yeah.
So as they come up here, the first question I'm going to ask them, and this is something that this program is very low key when you sign up, so don't think that this is a really formal program just because you have to apply. It's very low key, and one of the things that, and as you can tell from the student entrepreneurs that came up here, some of them struggle to just like say what they wanted to say. And so one of the things as an entrepreneur, you've got to have that elevator pitch. And so one of the things that we work on every single night with co-starters is, who are you and what do you do? And how do you spit that out in about 10 seconds or 20 seconds? So I'm going to give them a chance to do that right now, just so you can get to know them a little bit. Let's start right here with Taylor.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Taylor Hookstra, and I'm building a company called PopFly. PopFly is an information platform built to answer the questions about what's around on the shelves and what's going on in town.
Hi, I'm Jared Neuenhaus. We founded Cannabis Chem Lab, and we're going to be doing a lot of the analytical testing for the new cannabis industry that's starting up across the state.
Hi, I'm Corey Poor. I am I get to say founder of Little Tykes University. Obviously a preschool focused on innovative ways to, spread preschool across our city.
Got one, thank you. Rhiannon and Israel and I founded Welcome Sioux Falls. We provide person-centered and affordable relocation support, so the relocations coming into our community are successful for that employee, the employers, the families, and the community as a whole.
Cool, thank you so much. So co-starters is what they call cohort-based learning. And what that means is you're put in a group of 10 to 15 people, and those people are going to help you through your journey. So the first question, and these questions all came from Sarah. So well done, Sarah, in advance. And the reason I say that is Sarah and Peter and Brian, I just got to show up every day and have fun and facilitate. I didn't have to come up with these great questions. I didn't have to do a whole lot of planning. So if somebody asks you to be a facilitator, take that as an honor and know that you can just have some fun doing it. So Sarah's question number one, how do you think cohort-based learning contributed to your experience? And what I really want to know here, I'll start with Taylor, is what did you need from co-starters? And after looking back, now you'll really know what you needed. And then how did the people in your cohort help you?
Sure, that's a great question. I think I'd answer it in 2 points. One, whenever you're around a group of people and you're showing up week after week to do something, there's accountability in a group. And so having it in a cohort instead of just an online class or something like that was helpful, that there were people doing it at the exact same time as you, and there was that accountability. We all had, I'm sure you guys did too, a lot going on outside of it, so it could have easily distracted you. But if you had someone who's going to ask you questions in a one-on-one or something, you had some accountability. The next stage is, or the next piece I would point to is starting anything that doesn't exist is, hard. And so going through it with other people who are also showing up every day saying, this is my thing, I'm trying to do something too, is nice. People don't just come out of the woodworks also starting something at the same point as you. And so that ability to kind of go through the ups and downs together was helpful for me anyway.
I think what I, looking back on it, needed was some of the guidance from the facilitators. Tove was our facilitator in the cohort too, and she was phenomenal in helping us, navigate a lot of the emotional issues that go along with startups, because it's not easy. And so that to me was super helpful. And then, like you said, having a group environment where we can all kind of lean on each other, that was invaluable, because we were able to sort of help each other figure out different problems with each of our own specific issues within our own businesses. So.
For me, cohorts, I guess I had been doing some daycare for quite a while before I got into the cohort. I was invited and really didn't understand what my place would be, but once I got with this group of people, just kind of, it was a renaissance. It was basically remembering, hey, you're not just this daycare person, and then being able to listen to the experiences of others, start to finish. Just a great way to bring a focus and realize that you do need to establish what you want that endpoint to be in business, and kind of do some reverse engineering and work your way back. And it was an excellent way to do that.
Yeah, I think the cohort, which you said is just a fancy word for a group of people, was great for those that are doing the journey by themselves. You did have like-minded individuals who, even though we were working on completely different projects, completely different ideas, it was different than having a spouse or your friends or people who are closely linked to you, telling you what you want to hear. You could really get strategic and critical responses for issues that maybe are completely different from the person that you're having the conversation with, but they can think about it and provide perspective that you don't get other places. So to have that all together and to have that be recurring was really beneficial. I also already had my business established, and so we kind of came in at different points from other people, but the conversations and the connections were no less valuable because of that.
The next question from Sarah is, and this is a good one. She's using a great entrepreneurial term called value prop or value proposition. And so this is a little bit of a chance for you to sell co-starters, let's say. But I want you to look back in your own experience. What was the value prop that co-starters brought for you? It did cost you a little bit of money, and the money is minimal compared to the amount of time that gets invested. And I'll tell you, as a facilitator, as a former teacher, you want everyone to pass your class, right? And the teacher is almost graded by how well the students learn. In my experience, I was looking for entrepreneurs to not make it, to do a deep dive and say, you know what, this isn't for me. This is not going to work. And that's where the accelerator piece comes in. Figure that out really fast so you can get on to the next idea or go back to your family or go back to your 9 to 5. So I want to know, what was the value prop after going through the program? What was the value prop for you?
Ooh, I would say the biggest value prop is the one I will focus on here, is that it'll just get you from A to B or 1 to 2. It'll help you decide, especially if you're really early on, or if you're not necessarily early on, but you're trying to take your business to the next level or make an adjustment in your business. It's going to get you there a lot faster. So that's why the accelerator is used in that way. So I think from our cohort, there's people that are still taking swings at their business. There's other people who have kind of folded up. Hopefully, the co-starters helped us get to one of two things. So both of them are successful outcomes, in my opinion. It helps you either keep going, you've got something that's working, or it helps you not have to waste any more time with something. You figured something out. And so it's going to help you figure something out. And that's what we need, right? We can get in our box and kind of just entrepreneur all the time. But as soon as we get into an accelerator or something, it's going to force us to get to the next step. And that couldn't be more valuable from my experience.
Yeah, my value prop for co-starters comes after the class and after you graduate. The mentor that you get paired with at the end of the class, that was an invaluable experience for me. So I was very happy that, and that's also part of the class, is that they kind of monitor you and they see, how you would fit with the mentor on the other side of the class. And, they kind of nailed it out of the park with mine, so I was very happy with how that turned out. So that would be the value prop that I would say is, look for the mentor on the other side, because that's a really good opportunity.
For me, value prop, wow, that's kind of like return on investment, right? Okay, good. Wow, so I guess the entire time, I think it was $300. Am I right? Wrong? Yeah, 300? It's changed. We were grandfathered in. But yeah, for me, at that point, I just kind of broke it down as, okay, I get 10 weeks of this focus, this intense course, Hadn't really been the best student up until then, but I decided to kind of focus on that. So I guess two things happened. One, is something I remember Eric on almost every single time we talked about this, is if you're the best, then then why aren't you out there saying you're the best? And it was one of those questions. Every single day, obviously in business, you're focused on being this leader in whatever sector that you're in. But in my case, I was already focused on that, but it made me think even more. So even though I'm still not willing to proclaim that I am the best, I will say that it was a way to make me realize that I needed to be focused on that. And what does that mean? That little chalk outline body thing that we did over and over and over again was a great way to get a focus on that and identify the things that I wanted to push forward. And the second part for me is, we got to the end of the course, there was a pitch night, and up until then, even though I kind of kicked some business ideas around with some friends, I wasn't really willing to step out of this comfort zone and go and just talk to some random person about business, but I kind of got, a little bit brave, and I actually invited a person that I was already working with the potential of investing in me to our pitch night. So I said, hey, even if I don't win this $1,000 for this pitch night, who cares? My investor's on the line. I know that's going to be my investor. And that's something that came about for me. So not everybody's going to get that investor on the line on pitch night, but at least you're focused on knowing that I have the skills to shoot for this investor, know that I have the jargon and all of the things that go behind that, and really just start to set yourself apart and understand who you are as a business and why your business is viable.
For me, I think it's, the conversations that were had in all of those sessions, those were so valuable, like I said previously, regardless of where we were coming from and the different ideas that we had. The connections that were made throughout the process, as well as afterwards, have been invaluable, and that is something that I didn't expect throughout the process. But the team really came and worked together to support each other, which was really cool. And then confidence. That was something that whenever you're running your own business, there are so many different hats that you have to wear, and you can't be good at all of them. And so some of them you do need to work harder on. And through the cohort, you could focus on where are the areas that are my weak points. And out of that, we were able to build confidence with those areas to better ourselves and our businesses.
So, Jared, you mentioned mentorship, so that's good. And Randy, you mentioned mentorship as well. Every week, there's a speaker. And these are not just like the run-of-the-mill. Brian and the Startup Sioux Falls opens their Rolodex, certainly for the speakers. Michael Zuercher was like blowing my mind when he was our speaker. People like John Meyers and Chad Hatch. It was Mike Ritter. It was really, really, really good to hear these folks in a private, non-confrontational environment. So I want to know just a little bit about your experiences with mentorship, either before, during, or after Co-Starters, and if there was any unique problems that they helped you solve or push you through.
Yeah, good question. So we also did, as Jared said, we got paired with a mentor as well, and we're still meeting with them. But I'm actually, I'm still using Co-Stars. I'm still meeting with a lot of those people who spoke to us. I'm just keeping them updated on my business, just chatting with them. They've all been there before, and so they understand it in a deep way. They can also grasp the idea, help you understand something or work through a problem. So that was really, really important for us. And I related well to John Meyers, I think, when he was speaking. He had just had his creative mind and has kind of helped me since then work through a lot of different problems. So it doesn't just stop in the 10 weeks. These are good Sioux Fallsians who keep helping. And that's probably the biggest thing that's come from the mentor program for me.
I kind of felt like we got mentored through the whole process from like week one, from the facilitators to the speakers. I know Eric came in and talked about his experience. And one of the things that I realized through all of that is that all these different people did different things within the organization. Not everybody had to be, the CEO and, do all that work or vice versa. So it helped me realize like one specific thing for my business is that I don't have to be the CEO. I can do what I like to do and focus on laboratory work and operations that way. So I was able to hire Matt Jorgensen, sitting over there. And that actually made the business even more successful and easier to handle when you kind of parse things out like that. So Co-Starters helped me realize that. So.
I'm probably not the best to ask about the mentorship program, in all honesty. I made contact with my mentor once during the process. I was going through an extremely stressful building process at the time, so some things kind of fell by the wayside. And hopefully, if he'll have me, I'll come back to him at some point. Before, the Co-Starters program, I gotta be honest, I come from a place, I'm not from the best environment. So there's a certain something that goes along with saying that you did something by yourself. I did this by myself. Or I created that over there by myself. And just kind of pushing along that way and not realizing that, hey, you might be doing some things by yourself, but there's some different things that you can probably focus on to not only enhance things, but work smarter instead of harder. I will say that John Meyers definitely stuck out. I hope I said that right. It just feels like I'm talking about the singer right now, but God, was huge for me. And now I can't Never mind. Anyway, talking about these huge deals, first of all, and how your mindset can switch. I remember recently looking at this show about these people who are buying this island. And years ago, if somebody would have told me this island was $3 million, I'm like, holy cow, I'd never afford this island. But now, after seeing these people, understanding they're just like me, they're just ordinary people, but they found something that they were good at, they stuck to it, they pressed forward, and now, wow, So the things that mentorship every week, like you're saying, were huge and pulling from that. But hopefully I can get the other part of this mentorship process down. But I do realize that no man is an island now. And it's awesome to start being out here making connections. And this is my first time being able to get away from my job to come to something like this. So this is fantastic.
Very good point. Mentorship is a work in the process for myself as well. It was what initially drew me to the program because I knew that that would be something that's beneficial for me, but I hadn't made that connection on my own. So it was awesome that they did kind of watch my personality and know my business, the strengths and weaknesses, and pair me with somebody that can help me with those weaknesses. Personality-wise, I was paired with an individual, and he is a go-getter, and keeping up with him is a challenge, and that's entertaining and good for me. I also ended up with kind of an unofficial mentor coming out of this experience as well. And so both of those, I think I'm still in the process of figuring out what is the best fit and how does that mentorship work best for me, for them, and what we all want out of that. But it's wonderful that I now have the opportunity to explore that and figure out the best way to implement that for growth and development.
So the Co-Starters program is 11 weeks, and it feels like 11 years, and because of the pace that it forces you to go through, and the speakers are so great that people as famous as John Mayer get called John Mayer, 6 months later. But that goes to show like the quality of the people that Startup Sioux Falls brings into this program. So well done, Startup Sioux Falls. You didn't know this, everybody in the audience, but the next facilitator for Co-Starters is probably in this room. So keep an open mind to this question. And here's the question. What qualities does a facilitator need to have to be successful for you as an entrepreneur in the program?
All right. Well, I got lucky. We did get Eric, and the question is why was Eric a good facilitator? For me anyways, I think the biggest reason was Eric was just really intentional about it. Like he came, he showed up, he actually cared. He wasn't just like, okay, I should do this for the community and get there, which he totally could have done. He's a busy guy in the dead of winter. But he really did care. He cared about each business specifically. So that's the biggest thing, being willing to like get actually interested and involved. I think the next thing was he had been there and done that. So he had told stories, and we always kept everything in the cohort, so I won't go into specifics. But he just had really impactful stories to me that I could, regurgitate right now. That I'm like, now that I'm on my own, doing my own business with the small team, thinking, okay, so sometimes there are fires burning when you're going home, and it's okay. Like you're going to be able to put that out tomorrow, or something. You still try to sleep somewhat decent tonight. So that was one thing. And if someone doesn't have, pure startup experience tied directly to what you're doing, I think as long as the person is again really intentional about it and trying to learn the space really well, that makes it really good facilitator in my opinion.
I think facilitators with a good sense of humor help out quite a bit because when we're going through each weekly session, it seems like, it starts out, everybody's doing good and everything, and then we break out into groups, and, inevitably we're, kind of spiraling down a rabbit hole of, this is how we think we should do things, and then, so having somebody with a good sense of humor like, Tove, that was helpful because she could kind of break some of the tension and when we were trying to figure things out. So, yeah, I would say that, and, them showing up each week, kind of kept us accountable too. So those two things.
Yeah, I'll speak on Eric because I have nothing else to pull from, but Eric was awesome. I mean, once again, I focus on these little things that maybe nobody else is paying attention to, you know, but here's this guy who's operating a business in South Dakota, and he's sitting on his deck in the dead of winter while we're freezing, you know, giving this class, and it just was fantastic to see that. I loved that he's blunt, truthful, but at the same time still inspirational. I mean, if you're talking to a family member, and we are in South Dakota, so all of you probably have had the same situation, explaining to someone that you're not willing to do the whole 9-to-5 thing the way that they're willing to do the 9-to-5 thing, it's a bit much, you know. A lot of times they want to shoot you down for that or tell you about this great job opening over here at their place when they should really be kind of pushing you toward that. So I just appreciated the blunt quality that came along with that, making us look at things and making sure we weren't going to fall flat on our face, but at the same time being inspired enough to press forward.
I also had Tova for our facilitator, and she was truly invested in the program and in each one of us. And she was able to provide feedback, I think, to everybody every single week. And it wasn't intentional going one by one. It was, you know, throughout the session. Was able to think critically and provide insight for everybody, regardless of what the topic was. She was also really good at being able to read our cohort and see we had so many different levels and different experiences and different needs, but she was able to steer the cohort in what was going to be beneficial for all of us each session, because there's so much content that is provided and is available in, you know, the binder that they give us. You can't possibly cover all of that each session, and so she was able to kind of pick what was going to be most beneficial and then kind of skim over some other stuff. And excuse me, that was helpful, I think, for sure, to have that direction and not get stuck in the mud and muddle stuff down that didn't need to be.
Great. So looking forward, all of you guys are like the stars of the co-starters cohort, so well done. So looking forward, past co-starters, and now you're moving forward in your business, what additional resources would be valuable for you? So this is a time for you to sell Startup Sioux Falls on what do you need next? Where do you need the next kick in the butt, or where do you need the next resource to come from?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think part of it lies on us too, probably just making sure we're asking and being bold enough to ask Startup Sioux Falls for help. I think the biggest thing I've learned so far in building a team, finding my first customers, raising money, is that it always comes from somebody else helping you get there. So like a soft introduction of sorts. And so I think if there's a way to unearth kind of the things that we don't know of each other, we don't know that Eric's maybe connected to ABC, want something like that. And so being able to find out, can we connect with the people that Eric is connected to, or getting in touch with those people? So kind of highlighting the secondary connections, I guess, would be important. And then the next stage is just continuing to check in with us. I think, there's a long way to grow for all of our businesses, and we all need support in different ways.
I went to my first Startup Sioux Falls mixer at Queen's Bakery, and that was a good time, and I was able to reconnect with a couple of people. I would say that going forward, it would be nice to have more of those, more frequently, so that we can kind of get together and meet new people and all of that. So,
for me, I guess, wow, you guys did so much, and Brianna actually brings her child to my preschool, so I get to bounce off of her anytime I want to. So I guess I got that in my pocket. But, I think one of the beautiful things is that the cohort kind of like embraced these businesses that were all these different phases. You got some babies, some toddlers, so on and so forth. But I think going forward, it would be huge to teach us how we should be interacting with these contacts. Because I can't tell you how many times I've probably woken my wife up at midnight, like, babe, do you think this email sounds good or bad? So just like little things like that to make sure that we're following this protocol, because still there's this aura around people. I'm like, oh my God, that's that person over there. How do I like approach them and talk to them? So just that, a little bit of like business etiquette that goes along with it and how to, navigate those rooms. But other than that, I think it was a fantastic program.
Yeah, I think the continued support after the fact, we've tried with our cohort to do some follow-up get-togethers, and it's hard to keep the momentum going. So having something that's organized and structured to maybe even be, combined cohorts would be beneficial because we know what the topics were. We already have that, we're comfortable enough to be able to have discussions that maybe we wouldn't if we walked into a mixer, with somebody that we just met. So I think for me and others that I've spoken with within our cohort, that continuation would be really valuable and beneficial. And even if it's, centered topics where each time what you're coming to discuss, everybody can share their knowledge and the connections is huge. I think that is a really good point that you don't know what second degree connections are going to be able to move that business sitting next to you to the next level. So somehow being able to incorporate that. Good point.
So I've got one last question, and then if there's a little bit of time, we'll open up to questions to the audience, so get those questions ready. The last question is sales pitch time. What can we do as members of Innovation Expo 2021? What can we do to help you guys out?
Ooh. Oh man, there's a lot of things. I think thinking of all the different things I need help with. Probably the biggest thing for me, I was just in the struggle of my business, just finding talent that I can hire, I think is the hardest thing. I'm searching for software engineers, things like and data scientists, things like that, and it's been really challenging for me. And that's not because there aren't great talent here in Sioux Falls. I think it's just because I haven't found them and am not recruiting out of my past employers either. So I think that's probably the biggest thing that we can just continue to, and I need to show up at more, Corey and Jared, more of networking events for sure. But I think that's probably the biggest thing for me is just continuing to put together meetings, collabs, ways for people to rub shoulders. And then I'll come halfway too and start going to more events. I need to do that.
I would say that, yeah, same thing. More events and being able to reconnect with people a little bit more easily. I know that the pandemic has kind of made that hard previously, but now that we're coming out of it, I think that if we kind of push towards that, that would help out people that come out of the cohort to, get to know some of these people. And also because, like me, I'm introverted, so like Sarah kind of had to like point people out and, tell me how to approach people, so that was nice. So some more of that would be good.
Wow. For me, just because I'm a person who actually is working in their business like all day, every day, hopefully not forever, I think it would just be events that maybe could be at different times. A lot of times it's really hard for me to make something like this, but other than that, I don't know that you guys could do much else.
I think connections are huge and conversations are huge, and I think, I feel like there are so many conversations that I have and so many people I meet with, and I haven't even scratched the surface, and I feel like it's okay to have the community reach out and say, hey, do you know so-and-so? Or hey, I might be able to shed some light on this for you. Even if you have no clue if that's something that I need or not, I think that those connections and that communication is greatly appreciated and something that we would all encourage from the greater community.
CoStar was a huge step in the right direction, I think, though. That was, we got to hang out with a bunch of other people who are starting companies, and a lot of us probably go from that entrepreneur to an entrepreneur. And so that more stuff like that, I think, is just more intentional stuff, and a co-working space downtown, too.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience for our 4 entrepreneurs?
So we have time for about one question, if anyone has one. And I think really at this point it sounds like we should probably rename Innovation Expo and just call it Weisser Fest. And we could just have Eric come up
Sorry
here.
about that.
We could all give some talks, all kind of move forward from there. I guess one question I would have for the panel is, having gone through this, like Peter said, the next application deadline's coming up here pretty quick. Outside of just going ahead and doing it, what are some things that they should think about in putting in their application?
I can answer that.
Sarah, okay, go ahead. Where's that voice coming from? Yeah.
I mean, the application will take you 5 minutes max. All that we ask is that you fill it out thoughtfully. We've had applicants in the past that were like, we know, like, oh, we really want them in the cohort, but they gave us like 5 words. So just a little bit of thoughtfulness, take 5 minutes, and also like, so the cost has gone up to $600, but I'm telling you, like, it's well worth that amount, and I'm not just saying that. A lot more goes into the program than $600, but we also do have financial scholarships, so you might qualify for one of those as well. And we're trying to find some other ways to make it more affordable too, so don't limit yourself for that reason.
Yeah, and I think one of the things too, kind of from echoing what the panelists said today, that the dollar amount you put into it definitely is a very small compared to what you actually get out of it. So can't thank Eric enough for being a part of the first cohort, and let's give a round of applause to our graduates from the post-harvest program. So we're actually going to take a quick 10-minute snack break. So you're welcome to grab some snacks in either of the back 2 corners. And be back at your chair at 3:43. We're going to hear more from Arthur McCray. All right, everyone, if we could make our way back to their seats, please. Check, check. All right, everyone, if we can get back and slide into our seats with plenty of cookies and salted goods in front of us. Please and thank you. Joe Batchelor from downtown Sioux Falls. Yep, that's the power of the microphone. See? I need you to sit down. Student groups from the idea competition earlier, if you could raise your hands. Nick, Kevin, you're still here. If you pitched the idea competition, can you raise your hand? Keep them up. All right. We're getting there. Guys, Will Bushy would really appreciate it if you sat down. Everybody wants to make good with Will Bushy, so see, that literally just worked. Thank you, Will. Peacekeeper, CEO of Market Beat, Will Bushy. Can't thank that guy enough. All right, so quick housekeeping item. If you were a finalist in the idea competition, if you came up on stage and pitched, we're going to get a picture with you, all of you, at the same time with the one and only Eric Weisser at the end of the conference. We want a picture of all of our award winners. So once we're done with the conference, come on over here. We'll line you up on stage, and our good friends at Pinnacle that made this day incredibly seamlessly easy for all of us are going to take a picture of everybody. That'll probably go above the fireplace, a picture with Eric Weisser. Or you could turn it into an NFT, sell it for $1 million, no big deal. All righty, now that everyone's caffeinated and has some sugar in them, we're gonna go ahead and bring up our next presenter. Arthur McCray's entrepreneurial journey began at the USD Beacom School of Business with a marketing consulting company that aimed to solve complex problems. Today, he's the founder and CEO of ADV, a firm that uses a sophisticated system to align businesses with the suitable marketing partners for the size and structure of their business. Innovation Expo, please help me welcome Arthur McCray to the stage.
All right. Thank you guys for coming out. It's a pleasure to be here and see a bunch of familiar faces. It's kind of weird to come after lunch, but it's fine. What does it mean to drive, reimagine, and create? When you drive, you start moving forward on the process. You start on a journey to change your life. When you reimagine your circumstances. You reimagine the world and what it can be. And when you create that world. And you create something that's different and that solves complex problems. In my life, there's been a litany of problems that I've had to solve, but I've always found a way to get through different things. But during the journey, there are problems that you don't know you had. And how do you address those problems? How do you move forward knowing that I don't know what's going to come next? In my life, I was diagnosed with ADHD. This was 5 years ago, and it changed my life. For the first time, I could actually read a book and do all the things that I wish I could do. But before that, nothing at all. Throughout my journey, it's been a journey of self-discovery. Like, how can you become the best version of yourself in order to change the world? Because without that self-identification aspect, you can't change your world. We all hit this fork in the road at once. This point where we don't know which way to go. For me, it was left and staying in basketball and pursuing that dream, but we all know that, I mean, it's 1% of people make it to the NBA, so it wasn't a real dream. So I walked away from basketball after a couple years and went to USD to get my education. Huge change for me because I had never imagined going to a business school. I'd never imagined doing anything of that nature. But the whole time, I was struggling with an issue with ADHD and all that stuff, and I solved it. And for the first time, I knew that it was my chance to change the world, to reimagine the world in a different way. So in the marketing world, lots of businesses hit roadblocks all the time. I'm sure you guys hit a roadblock on the way here. It's like a million of them in Sioux Falls. But during that time, marketing agencies, marketing companies, they're always there. But a lot of businesses don't have the resources they need to solve their problem. They lack the they lack the, I'm just messed up.
Take your time, take your time.
And they lack the money to do what they want to do. So during that time, they are looking for resources. A lot of businesses struggle with the resources they need, and they're looking for a way to solve their problem. So during that time, I created a company to change that. So on one side of the spectrum, you have businesses. And businesses struggle with a lot of issues when it comes to their marketing. And during that time, you're like, where do I go? Who can connect me with the right place? Who's the best person to solve my problem? And on the other end of the spectrum, you have agencies. And a lot of agencies are specialized in marketing. They know what they're doing. They know, what makes a company tick. They know how to solve the business problem. So during this time, I was like, okay, I'm starting this journey, and I want to build a bridge. How do you build a bridge? What's the significance of a bridge? When you become the bridge, you essentially build a company that's for everyone. You build a company that you want people to travel across, you want people to get to their destination, but there's a lot of beauty in being the bridge. You can control capacity, you can control how people come across, you can control what comes across. And in doing so, you can provide people with a stable way of getting to their destination. And this world is matching businesses to marketing agencies. And in doing so, you can make some really valuable connections along the way. So building a company, you deal with a lot of different aspects as far as like, what type of company would this be? What type of companies would need a service like ADV? On one end, you have the one-man band. So a lot of companies believe that one person can do all their marketing, but it doesn't work like that because they don't have the skills. Sometimes it's too expensive. Sometimes the duties cross. So you're asking a person to do administrative duties on top of build everything in marketing. And that's very, very hard to do. On the other side, we've tried before. And these companies have tried working with the marketing agencies before. Maybe they've been ripped off. Maybe the communication wasn't there. Maybe it was just a bad environment to be in. So Abby works to solve these problems through collaboration, through walking a company through a process that actually works for them. And another thing that came up was the power of one. So a question I get all the time is when you're building a company that can scale nationwide, how do you do so? How do you build something that's sustainable long-term, but you do it in a way that's conducive to success? My way was in the power of one. So when you do one business and help one business in every single state, what can you do? Because if you provide enough value to one company, there's always two. They always have a friend. And in doing so, you can control your scalability, you can control a lot of aspects, but you'll do what's right for the customer, and you'll do what's right for what they need. But there's one variable that you can never forget. Yes, we have an algorithm in the back end and all that other technology stuff, but the main variable is people. When you build a company that's based for the people, the people you work with every day, the people that you help every day, and the people that make Avi run. You do a lot of things. So my biggest variable was, how do we help people? How do you build a company that is based on people in the front end doing the things that matter, doing the things that help a business move forward? Because nothing on this planet works without the people. So essentially, Avi is people helping people to achieve amazing things. Because without all the people here in this room today, nothing would work. We can have the best technology on the planet, but nothing's gonna work. So what's next? So Avi actually launches here in the next month or so. It's an exciting time. We get to help a lot of people and change the lives of a lot of businesses all over the place. In doing so that's a thing we're looking forward to. And then please ask me any questions or anything you have. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Russell. We got time for about 2 or 3 questions. If anyone has questions for Arthur, go ahead and raise your hand. Sarah is fast.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. All right, hey Arthur. All right, so what do you think? I mean, this is a lonely journey, very hard. What do you think this time has taught you about resilience? I know that's probably a really broad question, but if you're in an elevator and someone's like, you started your own company, something that's never existed before, how'd you do it? How did you persist? What would you tell them?
Okay, great question first. The first thing I would tell them is imagine anything. And a person's capable of doing anything they want to in this world, but everything starts with you. And it's that willingness to move forward, the willingness to learn about yourself and be vulnerable. And then from there, you can embark on any journey you want to, because no one can tell you how to do anything. So if I had a message for anyone, that would be their message, to start and never be afraid.
Arthur, I have a question for you. So at dinner last night, to kind of introduce everybody, I did a quick icebreaker, asked everybody to say what their favorite thing from this past summer was. Vacation, family, maybe they bought a Lamborghini. I don't know. Some people in this room might have bought a Lamborghini. But Arthur's answer was working 18-hour days. So what maybe could you tell us about maybe what that was like, some experiences, the process of being, that one person, and kind of what those days were like as far as what you were doing, the things you had to figure out?
Okay. First thing I would say, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. But they're lonely, of course, what they were saying earlier. But when you're working towards a vision of something that no one's ever seen, like, you're the only person that could see it. And for me, it was a matter of telling a ghost story every single day, where you see the vision of something that no one else sees, but you have to go explain it to people over and over again and hope that they believe. Some do, some don't, but you have to walk away knowing that. So in my journey in getting here and building the company, it was a matter of, I got to tell this ghost story for 24 hours every day and be okay with that. But that's that answer.
Awesome.
Well, we got another question here.
Go ahead.
Hey, Art, I have a question. Exactly what kind of marketing does ADV do?
Great question, Candace. Avi doesn't do any marketing, actually. So what we do is we match businesses to marketing agencies, and we do it in a way that is conducive to both parties. So on one side, you have the business, and we work with them to kind of discover what their needs are and discover what they're working towards in the future. With all the alignment, with all those different things, it makes it easier for us to match on the other end. Where it gets complex is that we do the same thing on the other side. So every single marketing agency that we work with, we work to understand them thoroughly and then walk them through the process. So, does that answer for you?
Well, Arthur, just like Michael Zuercher last year, we might have to ask you to come back next year. So do you want to come back next year and talk at Expo and talk about how far ADV's come?
Of course.
Okay, awesome. Well, we appreciate you sharing the story. Ladies and gentlemen, Arthur McCray. Thanks. So our next presenter, this one was kind of fun and kind of classic South Dakota, and it just kind of goes back to being a hustler and being an entrepreneur. So our next speaker, Jessica Meyers, I actually met at the Energize conference up in Millbank, South Dakota, filling in for a coworker at the SBDC. And Jessica just kind of walked up and said, hey, you guys seem like some people that I should know. We're like, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Let's get to know each other. So it's just one of those kind of random opportunities where Jessica stuck herself out there and went and introduced herself to a bunch of people at a conference in Millbank and was able to kind of move forward from there. So Porchlight aims to prepare rural communities in the Midwest for a remote workforce and pairs skilled workers with the jobs they deserve from companies who may not know where to find them. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jessica Meyers to the stage.
To my defense, I am a dance on the table extrovert, so if I was left alone in this room with all of you, I would be shaking all of your hands, so just know that. So like Nick said, my name is Jessica Meyers. My partner, Peggy Schlechter, and I are co-founders of Porchlight, and we have been thinking about a question that we believe will unite a Democrat and a Republican, right? East River and West River, even a jackrabbit and a coyote, right? And just so you all know where I am on that scale, go Jacks. Yes. Okay, so the question is, if you today were able to keep your job, but be able to choose to live wherever you want, what would you do? Would you stay and keep everything the same, or would you change? So, some people we know don't have that option, totally fine, but some people would make some drastic changes. So, for you, where comes to mind when you hear the word Porchlight? Home. But what home is it? Is it your current home, or is it your childhood home? That question is answered so many different ways. So, there. The clicker does get ya. It does. So keeping a porch light on is a warm welcome for people who are wanting to call a place home that has been home and they have a connection to it, or it's a place that calls them home as a place where they're choosing to call it home. But it's that feeling of safety and security that people are looking for. So together, we created Porchlight. And the mission of Porchlight is to bring remote work to rural communities by creating a network of Porchlight communities and partners to support remote work. And we're gonna do that by partnering with three different avenues, with the communities themselves, with employers, and employees, because all three are so important in the process. So how did Peggy meet? And I will start this by saying Peggy was supposed to be here today. She is from Rapid City, and the Auburn fire that is happening right now in Rapid is right at her fence line on her ranch, and she made a game day decision to stay at home, which I fully support. So she is zooming in, so hello, Peggy. She is just as excited as I am. But Peggy and I met actually in perfect 2021 style in a Zoom room during the Change Network. And if you aren't familiar with the Change Network, it's actually this wonderful program in the Midwest. It is funded by the Bush Foundation, so thank you, Bush Foundation. It is the intention behind the Change Network is to create change agents in rural communities with the focus of a project that's funded through a small grant that is going to have sustainable change in their communities. So when Peggy and I were talking about our projects, we found out that our projects were actually the mirror opposites of each other. So we decided to join forces, and we were actually the first pair ever to apply to the grant jointly, and we got it. So it was really fun to be able to forge the path that way. So what we do really well, Peggy works in community development, I work in staffing. I staff travel nurses in my full-time job, so I have talked about COVID 60 hours a week for 2 years. I am over it. So just like all of you, I'm sure. So, so really this project really is out of our love of rural America. So with the show of hands, how many of you guys grew up in a rural community? Look around the room. So many people are from rural America. How many of you ever thought of going back? A smattering. My partner raised his hand, thank goodness. So just so you guys know where I came from, I grew up in rural communities. My family farm is in Winter. I actually did grow up in Vermilion, but I can't go to school in Vermilion. You have to go to Brookings. But I loved rural communities, and after my husband and I graduated from college, we did the same flight pattern that so many college students do. We left the state. So after 10 years, we had moved a couple times, and at this point, our third daughter was sleeping in the kitchen at night because that was the only room left with a door in our two-bedroom, third-story walk-up in Chicago. We knew it was time to head back home. So we moved back to South Dakota, and we came to Sioux Falls because that's where all the employment opportunities were. So let's start with how we define what a rural community is. And I want you all to look at this map. So a rural community is defined for Porchlight as a community with populations of 5,000 and fewer. So if you look at this map, you can see that 95% of the state of South Dakota falls into that category. There are only 9 communities in the state that have more than 5,000 people in those communities. That should really put into perspective what we're working with. And if you look at our neighbor states, they're in the same boat. So when you talk at a national level on what a rural community is, and I can give you all of the stats if you choose and bore you to death, but we're at the end, so I'm going to cut to the chase. So at a national level, they are describing a rural community with populations of 50,000 and smaller. And we just actually at the Energize conference, there was a speaker there that said that she didn't work with communities smaller than 10,000 in population because she didn't think that those communities had anything to offer for forward growth. And at Porchlight, we absolutely disagree with that. We know without a doubt that the communities in South Dakota is an untapped resource, and we need to be able to connect our rural communities to opportunities so it's not just on the sides of our state, but throughout the state and through rural communities. Right now we're focusing on the Midwest, but it's not always going to be the Midwest. So who is it? Like, who wants to come to rural America? We all left, right? I live in Sioux Falls. I own a house here. But the people that you're seeing a shift, and COVID put an accelerant on this, that a remote work opportunity is viable, and companies have made the pivot. Some have done better than others. Others have gone right back to in-person work, which is completely fine. We have actually spent most of 2021 doing extensive research, our own and through national research, to find that a hybrid work schedule is the absolute most ideal. And I think many of you would maybe agree with me on that. A couple days at home, a couple days in the office would be great. And the people that are looking to move to rural are, it's been really fun to see who that is, because it is people that maybe are connected to those communities and they're moving back home to raise their kids close to grandma and grandpa or friends in the area. They may be people that have lived in one rural community and they're moving to another one, or they are people that are making that conscious decision to move from an urban environment into a rural community. And let's face it, rural communities have some really cool things that bigger areas don't have. The first thing that I love the most is a homecoming parade. You guys, a homecoming parade is the best. Or when the entertainment is the Friday night football game and everybody's there, it's a community gathering event. It's wonderful, and those are vital to community development. So I'm going to have a couple slides. I'm going to cut to the chase on what this data is, but it proves my point. This chart shows that at a so they surveyed junior high and high school students, and they were asking questions. The 3 states that they've got on this chart are North Carolina, Nebraska, and Oregon, and they were asking students, if you were able to come back home and live and work and raise a family, would you come back? Resounding yes. And they asked them why. And they said friends and family, and it's a great place to live. Then the next question they ask is, why don't you come back? There's no opportunities. And how do you ask someone to come back when there's not, you've got to be able to provide. And if they don't have that, how do you move back? This next chart shows they asked urban dwellers and rural dwellers, where do you want to live? And I will tell you from having to not read the up and down on that chart, but I will say that about 27% of people said that their ideal living environment is a rural community. So, and I will say, I went big after I left. We moved to New York City and we lived in Chicago. And as we grew as a family, we knew that we needed to be not raising our children on the L train in Chicago. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we connect? Because we have people that want to live rural. We have communities that have the capacity to support rural workers. The telecommunication companies in South Dakota and rural communities are providing excellent broadband. Not the entire state is not covered yet, but it is coming from a state and national level. There is funding coming in for broadband, so the entire state will be covered within the next 12 months. Our telecommunication companies or cooperations are amazing. So here's what we're wanting to do. We're wanting to create porch-like communities because people just don't know that, I'm gonna randomly say Lemon, South Dakota is a porch-like community. So what is a porch-like community? This is where our community development piece of our company comes. We're going to be working directly with the communities to prepare them for a remote worker. And it's going to be a paradigm shifts in thought. They're actually, through our surveys and our research, has been really cool to see some of the ideas that our participants have given us as far as, hey, this is just something really simple that you could do in this rural community that could really support us. The thing that you may need to think about from the community development standpoint, and we learned this in one of our focus groups, there's a community in South Dakota where there is a family that decided to move back to Burke, South Dakota. She's a lawyer, he's an IT guy. They moved from Washington, D.C. to Burke to be close to their parents and raise their children with grandma and grandpa. Wouldn't it be amazing for the community of Burke to know that there's an IT person in the area? It's just using those resources that are in the area. What we're planning on doing is, and we'll get to it at some point, but I will just share with you, we're gonna have a really banging website. And we're going to be able to provide that place to advertise these communities and create a platform for these communities to say, hey, we're awesome. Look at all of the things that we have. We are remote work certified. We are we are prepared for remote workers. Come to our communities. Another thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna be working with companies. Now, I hope you guys will forgive my Gen X brain, but it really have defined my life through movies. So the supervisor in a remote world is going to have to change. So office space guy is gonna go away. He doesn't exist in a remote world. We're not gonna wanna go as hard left as Mr. Fukui from Back to the Future, Marty McFly's boss in the future, who monitored the interface. But there is going to be a middle ground. The thing that's going to be really fun to see with companies is that we're going to be able to see them maybe rethink what their onboarding process looks like, what those new hire packets look like, how to keep company culture but through remote work. I work remote currently, and it's wonderful. I feel completely connected to my team. And then lastly, with employees, I don't know if any of you know this, but the SDSU Extension Office right now currently offers, through partnership with with Utah State University, a remote works program where they are actively teaching people how to be remote workers. It's amazing, and it would eliminate the overhead cost of having to train employees all of the time on how to be a remote worker. This is a generic remote worker course. I've taken it. I took the remote leader course too. It's incredible. And it was a very, very small fee. And let's face it, as an employee, as an employer, it's really important to keep overhead down. This is a wonderful program, and it supports the extension offices too. So what's next? We're looking for 2 porch-light communities. We want to work through the final stages of our guidebooks that we're creating to be able to consistently share with small communities what this porch-light community is going to look like. We want to build relationships with companies that are interested in hiring Midwestern rural America employees. Where you plant that salary, the money's going to grow. And I can't imagine a better marketing tool for a company to say that, yes, we are based in Sioux Falls, but we are keeping all of our remote jobs in the Midwest. We are hiring Midwesterners, and we are helping these smaller communities that may not have that development, so the South Dakota as a whole can rise. And then we're also encouraging employees to be remote workers, take the Remote Works program. You can go to the Community Vitality page at the SDSU Extension Office. Again, I'm a jackrabbit, and it's amazing. And then here's what we need. We need companies and organizations interested in partnering with Porchlight. We have grant money through the rest of the year, and then starting January 1, we're wanting to really start as a company. We are also looking for South Dakota companies to be a porch-light community. We're focusing on the Midwest right now because we are solid Midwestern people, but rural communities happen in every single state. I mean, we heard earlier today, what does Virginia look like? You bet it looks like South Dakota. There are rural communities just like that in Virginia, in Maine, and Florida, and California. Okay, I have one ask for all of you. All right, there's a QR code up there. I would love for you guys to be a part of our research. So you can scan the QR code, or you can go to our website, whichever you prefer, and take our remote survey. What's been so fun is to see how brilliant everyone that is taking this really is with ideas on how to support rural communities. Thank you so much.
Got time for about 2 questions, if anyone has questions for Jessica. There we go. Looks like Peter.
Make them easy. We're at the end of the day.
So how far away from a city would the ideal porch-light community be? Something like Hartford or something further away?
I don't think necessarily distance. Distance away from a city is necessary. We're more interested in the size of the community. So if you're talking about the surrounding areas, like around Sioux Falls or around Rapid, like some of those, because the 3 biggest cities in South Dakota are Sioux Falls, Rapid, and Aberdeen, actually. I'm not really interested. I don't think I have a definition on distance away, but there's a pretty significant drop-off once you get not that far away from Sioux Falls, right? The populations drop. And that brings up the idea of, is it a bedroom community? Or is the idea of even being a bedroom community something that's needed in the future? And why can't they just be self-sustaining themselves?
My question is, what kind of businesses would you be partnering with?
That's a great question. We don't know yet, because I think there's, so right now in my job that pays the bills, I work in healthcare, and there's also a piece of it that does regular staffing, but there's also a space for like project-based companies. There could also be, I think there could easily be space for something as like a call center position. You know, we haven't really defined that yet. We don't, I mean, we're not a business yet. I always say we're not a nothing, but we are on the way to being something, and we haven't really defined that yet, so we're open.
Well, Jessica, we look forward to kind of keeping an eye on things. Please do make sure you do scan the QR code and check things out, and we'll keep an eye out for what's going on with Porchlight. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jessica Meyers.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to invite our investor panel up and kind of explain things quick while they come up. So if Matt Paulson, Paul Singh, Eric Weisser, and Cindy Peterson can come up. My lovely assistant, Will Bushy, just saves the day all the time. So our investor panel is something that we usually close out with every year. And thank you, Matt. I appreciate you just as much as well. It's really an opportunity to ask questions of people that make, that are doing this in our communities. So this is an opportunity if you have a question about what is an angel fund, who is making investments, and how does this even look? It's an opportunity to ask people questions that are going to know real answers. So Matt is our moderator today. He's going to ask 1 or 2 questions to the group. We'll get them all microphones. They're shaking hands and meeting for the first time? Just diplomacy? Right. So everyone has a microphone. Matt will kick things off and ask a couple questions, but I really just want to encourage everyone in the audience that this is your time to ask questions. We've got about 35 minutes left in the day, so please ask any questions that come to mind for our panel. Take it away, Matt Paulson.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start with some quick introductions. Eric and Paul already introduced themselves earlier. Cindy has not had the chance to introduce yourself, so Cindy, do you just want to say a couple words about who you are?
I don't have much of a voice, so we'll keep it as short as we can. My name's Cindy Peterson. I own a company that I started 11.5 years ago called Maximizing Excellence. We work with organizations that want to improve their effectiveness and achieve high impact. I was introduced to the world of being an angel investor through Falls Angel Fund 2. It has been an incredible journey, and I'm so glad to be invited to talk about it with all of you.
So Eric, Cindy, and I were all part of Falls Angel Fund 2. Eric and I were in Falls Angel Fund 1. I think all 3 of us will be in Falls Angel Fund 3 when that becomes a thing. And
no, I already said yes.
And of course, Paul invests in more startups than everyone else in this room combined. So he is definitely the right person to be on this panel as well. I want to start out with a couple questions, and we'll turn it over to the audience. And first is, how do we see the kind of Midwest Great Plains venture investing landscape changing? Obviously, if you're out in Silicon Valley, there's new platforms like Republic where people are raising $5 million in a few days from people on Twitter. There's the whole AngelList phenomenon. There are outside syndicates like what Jason Calacanis does, and not a lot of that has really made it to this part of the country yet. But I'm curious to hear from you 3. How do you guys, or how do you all see the venture landscape changing in this part of the country?
What I think is really special about it when you compare it to, first of all, I think it's special. And when you compare it to raising $5 million through Twitter, that feels transactional to me, and that's okay. But what I think is really special about the investor environment here in Sioux Falls or in South Dakota or in the Midwest is that it has a level of relationship engagement that goes so much further than the dollars involved. And I love that we get to be a part of that. I think that's really special.
I look at not just the Midwest, but all over the country, investing in general, but in particular, angel investing is turning into a marketplace or even a commoditized where you can find someone from Florida to syndicate an investment group for you and find investors all over the country, even if you're in South Dakota. It does not have to be localized. A number of us have participated in Falls Angel Fund. So that's like an anomaly a little bit. That's a group of local people that maybe we want to not burn money, but we're interested in helping our local businesses thrive and grow as well.
So I feel like I might get caught in the crossfire here. So disclaimer, I'll be out of town tomorrow morning, and then you guys can talk trash about me while I'm not listening. So here's the thing. I think what I'm about to say is not just applicable in the Midwest. It's applicable everywhere. And that is that as investors, if we're not chasing the deal, if we're not fighting to get into it, I think we need to ask ourselves, why? If the deal is not good enough for other investors to be fighting us to get into it, is it actually good? And that's an awkward thing that investors probably talk about during, behind closed doors, and I won't put anybody on the spot. But this is not unique to the Midwest. I mean, this is something I think about quite a bit. It's like, well, if that deal was too easy, is it because it wasn't good enough for somebody else? And maybe I need a therapist, I don't know. But there's a certain paranoia here. So anyway, I think that like the Midwest, I think there's an interesting opportunity for some angel or angel group to become the super regional. So, and what I mean by that is that like, I think throughout the country and throughout the world, a lot of individual angels and a lot of individual groups are fighting what I would say is the small ball game of like, how do I get into the deals near me? And that's fine, but it's like, we would never invest in a startup that's like, I want to be the best in my neighborhood. But yet, as an asset class, as an industry, we still do the same thing. So I don't mean to like call anybody out locally. I'm just saying this is a common phenomenon across the country. And I think that platforms like AngelList and Republic and all these things, I mean, the pessimistic view of those platforms is like, where is all this dumb money coming from? And that may or may not be true. But the positive or the optimistic view of it is like, what is it that these people are seeing that we don't know? I pose that for discussion, by the way, But it's something I think quite a bit about is like, man, I feel like 80% of the returns I've gotten, have you guys heard of the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle, maybe? So it's like, I feel like 80% of the returns I've gotten are from the 20% of the deals that actually mattered. And those 20% of deals, right, because that's the venture sort of power law returns thing. And of those, that 20%, 80% of those deals were the ones I had to like beg, borrow, or use sharp angle or elbows to get like the last, 25K allocation in. Anyway, I feel like this got awkward real fast, so. I feel like this is why I didn't get back here 3 years in a row, right? They were like, let's just forget about all the crazy stuff.
Yeah, at the organizing meetings last year.
I'll see you in 2024.
Saying, like, let's push him off.
I'll see you in 2024.
No, I think that is a good point, though, because, South Dakota over the last 15 years has tried to do a lot of community-based angel funds. And the funds in smaller communities that focus, we want to do Watertown deals or Aberdeen deals or Brookings deals or Mitchell deals or Sioux Falls deals. They've had a hard time finding good deal flow. The funds that are in Sioux Falls and Rapid that have kind of said from day one, we're going to take a more regional approach to this. We're okay with Fargo and Minneapolis and Omaha startups. They've done pretty well. If you look at the Falls Angel Fund 1 portfolio that we started 5 years ago, we're doing pretty well on that. We're happy with the results. But the liquidity available for smaller communities, what's the likelihood that any startup in a small town, South Dakota that doesn't have a lot of great connections is going to get acquired and generate a great result for their investors is, it's possible, but maybe not probable. Like you really do need to cast a wider net, and I think that's something that we on the Falls Angel Fund side have learned and are using moving forward. I want to kind of ask a little bit of a different question. We all hear a lot of pitches from founders, like people in this room, and it's pretty easy to see what the red flags are when somebody says making no money now and says they're going to make 10 million next year, or then they tell you, oh, by the way, these are conservative estimates. Just stuff like that you hear over and over and over and over again. It just kind of drives you nuts after a while.
We have 83 years of experience on the team.
Yes. So,
but they're all like, all right, you're laughing, you get it.
So we know what those are, but tell me what the green flags are. Like, what are things that you see like, yeah, that's the gal I want to put money into. She's the founder, he's the founder. I want to go all in on them. What are those signs that you see during the pitch where it just makes you go like, yeah, that's the one?
I'll go first. I look for the founder that says, I did this. And that might be, it can be really anything. I mean, I love to think the macro, like, especially I exited from this company. Michael Zuercher is one of those types of folks that we invested in. It wasn't a tough decision, like, because of his pedigree. But then taking it down to the micro level, I'll use Michael Zuercher as an example. Like, he's leading sales for his company. He's going out there and doing that. Rather than talking about, I will be hiring a head of sales, I will be hiring a head of marketing to do something. I like the founders that are up there saying that I can do this myself.
The more detailed, the better. The generalities, whether it's with the way the company's described or what the next steps are going to look like or what your desired exit plan is or perhaps when you're asked a question and your response is, you can tell that they're trying to create the response in the moment because they weren't ready. Those are flags to me. I really like that level of detail. Something else I am drawn to when I'm thinking about what makes sense for me has to do with that individual's story, is what motivates them to solve a problem, what motivates them to create a service or a product. If they're really passionate about the need or the problem that they're looking to solve, they're going to stay with it and solve it. And so if there's more to it for them than just making money, I'm pretty excited about the investment because I think everybody's going to come out okay on the end.
Yeah, I would echo the sales piece of it. I think that I really enjoy people that are not romantic about how they make their money. And so, you know, I know it sounds like sort of a cliche, but the default state of the company is failure. We know that statistically, like our failure rate in the portfolio is the same as everybody else's. And so when you think about that, the founders that tend to be sales focused, that seem to be realistic, I mean, you know, like the right balance of maybe visionary but realistic. I guess really just here's what it comes down to. They're not romantic about their money. And I think that, to be very candid, I think what it is like I love founders that are relentlessly resourceful. And I love them when they are self-aware, incredibly self-aware. Because I think as an investor that invests everywhere else, I mean, I'll tell you honestly, in the last 4 years, we have not done a single deal in San Francisco, New York, or any city with greater than 300,000 people. And yet our returns are doing pretty well. And the way we think about this is that, the best founders are going to figure it out. And like if they, and when we think about like how to bet on them, half of the bet is like, oh, are they not romantic about how they make their money? Are they focused on sales? Da, da, da. But the other half is, do these people know how to learn the soft skills to raise the next round? That's a hard bet. But that's actually equally as important, right? So like building the company is important. It's the table stakes. But if that founder or team is not resourceful enough and self-aware enough to recognize the fact that they have to learn to speak the language of investors everywhere, they're in trouble. So one little pro tip for the founders here, the question, rhetorical question really ought to be, how good would your pitch need to be to bypass all investors within a 200-mile radius of home? Rhetorical question. And this is something we say like across the entire portfolio.
Don't actually do that, please.
Do that, I'm outside. No.
No, so one thing that's kind of been a hack for me over the years is to give people homework and then see if they do it. Yeah. So typically anyone who's run a business will have like one idea that will help somebody's business kind of make some progress, or you say, hey, this would be a really good idea for you to do. You should go do it and let me know how it goes. And then wait for a couple weeks to go by and see if they did it. And if they didn't do it, usually that's a pretty good sign not to do it. But if they do the homework and tell you how it went, that's usually a pretty good sign.
Okay, so this might be a little off topic, but I have to say this. So we had this, lunch thing earlier, and I said this earlier, so if you heard it, pretend like it's funny anyway. But okay, here's this thing I always think about. If I went to my coffee shop and the barista messed up 9 out of 10 of my orders, we'd never go there again. I mean, is that fair? Is it fair, right? If you went to a place and they messed up 9 out of 10 of your orders, we'd never go there again. And yet, investors, the best investors still fail 9 out of 10 times, and yet every founder lines up to wonder what we think of their company. I don't know, maybe I need to talk to a therapist, but it's something I've been thinking about for 10 years now. It's like, we're wrong more than we're right, and yet you people still you still care what we think. It's so crazy to me. There's a compliment in there somewhere. I don't know where it is, but there's anyway, all right.
Yes.
I'll see you in 2024.
Thanks, Paul. Let's move to some audience questions. Sarah or Peter, could you guys pass the mic around?
I've got a microphone here in the middle, actually. Matt, if you want to keep that, I've got an extra mic here.
Perfect.
Questions for the panel? Questions? If you didn't get a chance to ask Paul one earlier when he was speaking, now would be a time as well. Excuse me, miss. Thank you.
Yeah, this question is for Paul. You were talking about entrepreneurs and innovators, but you also brought in that fun little founder word as well. That triangle. Expand on it. where is the most weight in all of that triangle, or do they all have to be there to hold each other up?
Yeah, I don't know how to articulate this very well, but I would say that every founder needs to be an entrepreneur, but not every entrepreneur needs to be a founder. You can be an entrepreneur sitting in a cubicle at Samford, whatever that means. I mean, right? Interpret it however you want, and I don't want to, like, monopolize the time, but I would just say again, every founder needs to be an entrepreneur, but not every entrepreneur needs to be a founder. You don't have to start a company to be an entrepreneur. Let me say one other thing and I'll be quiet. I think like places like South Dakota and the rest of this country would be better served if we taught 50,000 people how to have a side hustle rather than trying to create the next 50,000 employee company off of one founder. Like the country would be better served economically and otherwise if we just taught that person sitting in a cubicle at Samford the skills they need to sell, maybe, be a part-time X, if they wanted to be. The state of Tennessee, by the way, did this very well in the last 10 years. We can talk about this offline. But.
Got a question from Peter here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's probably a lot of founders in this room, maybe some entrepreneurs, and paying attention to the startup scene, it seems like all types of funding are kind of romanticized a little bit. Like, there are people who are like, oh, we had $1 million seed round, and like we're growing really big, like that sort of thing. And then there's also like we're bootstrapped, we're rugged, So my question to you guys is, to the founders in this room who maybe are trying to decide if raising money is right for them or if bootstrapping is right for them, like what would you tell them to analyze about themselves and about their business before deciding one way or the other if they're going to try and bootstrap or pursue venture funding?
Great question.
I always have opinions, but somebody else go first.
I think it depends on what type of business you're starting. There are some businesses that lend themselves more to venture capital. Michael Zuercher's business, where you have a ton of software development out front and then the sales happen, that's a perfect case for venture capital. Bank's not going to give you a loan. You can't starve forever while you're writing 2 years worth of software. You really need somebody to fund that out front. But then there are other businesses, like Maximizing Excellence, that's primarily a services business, where you don't necessarily need a lot of venture capital because it's all about the human resources and Cindy's skill set to provide the service that she offers. So it's, what is the business I'm starting? What are the capital needs going to be? And then based off what the capital needs are going to be, what's the best and cheapest way, frankly, to get that money? Venture capital is a very expensive form of capital because you have to give a chunk of your company away. If you can get a bank loan, a lot of times you probably want to do that because you still own all of your company.
If I might jump in as well, to take the romanticizing piece out of it, do you need the money? Is there another way to get the money where you can still own 100% of your company? And then as you're thinking through that venture capitalist, you're entering into a partnership that may provide more value than just the dollars. Everybody at the table who is investing in your, or considering investing in your company, had some version of some kind of success to have the resources to be in the room to have that conversation. What experience, what knowledge can they bring to that partnership besides just the dollars? But frankly, start with deciding if you need them, and then what additional value can you gain from that kind of venture capitalist partner and partnership besides just the dollars?
I'd answer this very bluntly. I would just say, don't look to raise money. If you're thinking about raising money at the beginning, there are some companies that have tremendous success doing this, but typically, if you're looking for funding, that's probably not your issue. You just need to get started in your business, and if you can't do this in the 30 or 40 extra hours you have in your life, you need to probably rethink what the business actually is. So that'd be my first answer. Don't worry about raising money. Go out and just get started, and then let's talk about raising money in the future.
Yeah, I mean, yes to all of that. I would say two things here just to add on to that. I would say, first of all, venture capital is just one part of the available capital. So there are, you hinted at it or kind of alluded to it, there are other things. If you really feel strongly, you could take a loan. You could mortgage some part of your house. You could sell your truck to CarMax. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. It's not binary. So that's part one. It's not binary. Like, it's not like venture capital or nothing. The second thing I would just say is if you do step on the fundraising wagon, whether it's through angels or VCs, I sort of call it the venture treadmill. And you got to understand that once you step on that venture treadmill, meaning if you accept one outside dollar of funding from an investor for your company, you have now stepped on the venture treadmill. There's only two ways off of that. You either fall off the back and fail, or you run faster and faster and faster to justify the next raise and the next raise. There is no middle ground. And you need to be prepared to understand that there are most decisions in your company that are reversible. You pick the right partner, you can change it. Pick the wrong software, you can change it. But, right? All these things you can change. But legal and finance are very hard to unwind. So just recognize that A, there are multiple choices, and venture is not the only way. And then B, understand that it is a one-way street. If you go down that path, there is no coming back. And that's okay, but most people I meet don't recognize that.
Question here in the back.
Yeah, my question, when you're looking for partners, whether it's an investor or a banker or a mentor, how much do numbers matter and data matter to you? How much do you care about those things in the pitch?
Could you rephrase the question? I don't know that I understand.
Yeah, so if I'm making a pitch, how much do you care? Do you care a lot about numbers and data, forecasts, numbers, data that supports my case and whether or not this problem is one that needs to be solved and you're wanting to support it?
There's something that you hit on that I had thought about even prior to coming in today. First, I need the numbers. I want to know the numbers. That's where I was going a little bit when I talked about level of detail. But what you just said that really triggered something that I think about a lot is what you're solving, is the product, is the service, is it really needed? Or did you just come up with something kind of cool? And it's great to come up with something kind of cool. But do you really know that what you're putting out there truly is needed, is wanted? I've listened to conversations where people have to convince me that what they're solving is a problem. And that's a runway that just doesn't make a lot of sense for me. So I may have given you a little more than you asked for, but you resonated with me with that particular piece.
I would say numbers matter, and I'll explain why in a minute. I'll come back to that. But where the numbers get to be a red flag, to use Matt's language from the first question, is when they're like, it's like a Shark Tank thing. And for $27,000, I'm selling 57% of the company. It's like, well, okay, hang on a second, Hoss. Let's talk about the business first. Now, so don't do that, because the market is the market, and we can talk about that. And besides, we're not going to talk about that until we get past the first meeting anyway. But the back to the first part, I'm going to oversimplify here for everybody. I think there are two parts to any company. Will it work? How big could it be? Will it work is, can you get at least one person you don't know to pay for it? If you can do that, okay, now it doesn't matter what we think or whatever, right? Now, how big could it be becomes the next question. And there are certain sizes where it's okay to look for outside money. And so in other words, if let's say it's a total addressable market of, I don't know, 10,000 businesses that want it, is it venture fundable? Maybe not, question mark. But maybe it's 100,000. You're like, oh, well, okay, venture dollars, that could be a return that's large enough. But okay, so the numbers do matter. Let me just do a math question here. And by the way, there's a lot of smarter people here than me. But let me just throw this out there. Like, has anybody ever walked through venture math, like napkin venture math at all, maybe? No. Okay, let's just talk about that. And you guys refute me if I'm wrong here. Here's the deal. And founders, take note here, because when you get a no, it's not, look, I said no to Uber and Airbnb in the same week 10 years ago. And I'll never make the mistake again, because I judged those ideas based on whether or not I would let somebody in my house. That was a bad idea. What I should have done is looked at the numbers. But let's just talk about this for a second. For easy math, and by the way, for the math people in here, don't crucify me. Let's just talk about it high level. Let's say you have $1 million. For easy math, let's say you want to make 10 deals, $100K each, no follow-ons. That's not a good idea, but easy math. Okay, so now let's pick 10 companies in here. We'll give each of you 10K or 100K. What is the history of venture capital tell us in terms of how many of those 10 will fail within 1 year? 9 out of 10 will fail. Okay, now this is going to feel like a trick question, but I'm just going to throw it out there. In order for this entire effort to have been useful, what does the 10th surviving company have to do in terms of cash return to make this asset class useful? How much? No, if I got 10x on that company, I'd get my money back. Do you understand? So try again. How much do you have to return? Generally speaking, it's 40x. And the longer it takes you, the higher it has to be. And not to I don't want to take over this panel, but I just want to plant the seed and we can talk about it at happy hour. Here's why. Look, we could have parked the $1 million in a mutual fund. I mean, statistically, it would have averaged out, 7, 8, 9%, whatever it is. Right? Low risk, low-ish risk, more liquidity. I could have pulled it out. I could have, hell, you can lease Ubers, fleets of vehicles to Uber drivers right now that's paying 11%. So now here we are investing in 10 illiquid assets with a failure rate of greater than 90%, often closer to 100%. In order for the asset class to make sense, you've got to return 40x. I'll pause here and just try to connect the dots, though. That's why the market size has to be big enough. That's why your growth rate has to be fast enough. And that's why it doesn't make sense sometimes to raise outside capital, right? So anyway, I just feel like I just brought it down. I'm sorry.
What's on your mind?
I'm trying to be your all's Tony Robbins here, but I'm turning into your surrogate Indian dad, and everything's terrible.
I'll simplify the answer. For myself, the numbers matter, but they don't matter, especially in the early round angel investing. It's about the person that's presenting. It's about the unit economics of the simplest form. Can you build it for $5 and sell it for $15? Or what are you going to sell this thing for? And then to Paul's point, how many of those widgets can you sell? Is it a business or is it not? And then once you take some money, or to my point, don't take the money, sell them yourself. Once you've proven out your model, all by myself, I could sell 10,000 widgets. If I add an employee for $20,000, I can sell 20,000 widgets. So looking at forecasts, I would spend especially in the early stage, I would spend 0 time on forecasts. I would spend more time on unit economics of, is this a business or is it not?
The death clock down here says we have 8 minutes and 45 seconds left, so let's take another question.
We have one from Brigit here from Fomento.
Hello. Okay, so to Paul's point, you mentioned at a certain point you love to see that companies are vying or investors are vying for this company to invest in because it's just a green light for you. Let's say you're a company like that and you have multiple investors, options. What are some questions that you should be asking these investors that go outside of the financial contribution that they could be making to your company? Just what are some insider tips that you could give to us as entrepreneurs for that?
If I understand the question, I think what you're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's if the round is oversubscribed, what should a founder ask to pick which investors get in?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I would say 2 things. I would say, first off, show me your track record of whether or not you can participate for the long term. So if the round is highly competitive, then the slots should go to the investors that can prove that they have a track record of investing alongside all the way through as long as possible. And on the other side, the second thing is references. What is, let's look at give me 5, if an investor is not willing to let you talk to 3 or 5 failures in the portfolio, that can be a red flag too.
That's one.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would say.
Another question back here.
Hi, everyone. So what is one thing that you could do differently? Why or why not? And this is a very broad question for all 4 of you.
Do you mean that
As
when
investors,
pitching an
or-
investor should do differently, or as we as investors should do differently? Can you offer that level of clarification?
Yeah, I can specify it. Let's just go with investors for the sake of time.
So the way to learn lessons in venture capital is to lose money. Once you lose money, you don't make the same mistake again. So I'm trying to think of like the companies we've had that have failed and like what lessons we learned from them. When I first started, I was super eager to do Sioux Falls deals because I wanted to help the home team, help businesses in my community. And I quickly realized, using that as the filter is just a great way to lose money because there's nothing special about our community's startups versus any other communities. We need to invest in the best startups regardless of where they are. So that is a lesson I learned quickly.
Well, and I think what I would build off of that is, what's your motivation? And I think that's an important lens for the person who's doing the pitch, as well as your rationale as an investor, why you're investing. Matt, you just shared that one of your non-financial motivators was, as you described, staying focused in Sioux Falls. What else are you looking for in that experience? And does it check all the boxes? And how do you make a rational decision in maybe an emotional, exciting environment, right? Because if you're good at selling, you're gonna hit the levers, right? You're gonna engage emotionally and get us really excited and revved up and inspired alongside you. But how do you make a decision without emotion in an emotional environment?
Yeah, I sort of alluded to what I would do different, which is that I'll just never get, so in 2010, after I looked at the anti-portfolio that year, the companies I passed on that ended up doing well, we just decided as a family that we would never again judge a product or a business based on whether or not we would use it. We would focus on the numbers. And I just wish I had known that a week before that, because I wouldn't live in a trailer half the time. I would have done fine with Uber and Airbnb, but here we are.
I bet it's a pretty nice trailer.
Yeah. So one question I have for the group. So I think one of the things with, I'm sorry, Eric.
Cindy was really excited for this. Middle of it
Well, if
now.
Cindy's excited, by all means. Bless your heart.
What I would always do differently is whenever getting into any kind of investment type deal, if that's angel investing or just regular investing, is let them know how I'm going to hold them accountable. And so I invest to make money, but I also invest to learn. And so if a business is not growing as fast as they'd like, I still want to know why. And so to Paul's point, like I don't want to make that mistake again, but I don't just invest to make money. I invest to learn and have some fun along the way.
Could not agree more. We always talk about, Dana and I always talk about this idea that we invest for fun and profit in that order. So it's like, it's fun because you get to meet people. It's like my street MBA. You get to learn what's happening these days. But profit, like, I don't know, man. There's not a lot of legal ways to make a shitload of money anymore.
Nick, I know you have a question.
Is that weird? Was I not supposed to say that?
On top of that, I want to get to Anthony's questions before we wrap up, too.
Oh, yes, Anthony Malzahn from Fargo has a question.
Thank you. That was awesome. You've talked a lot so far about everything that leads up to the point where you cut a check. What do you expect from the entrepreneur after the check is cut? Communication, style, what do you want from us long after that check is cut?
We just don't want you to like ghost us, which happens often. So like quarterly updates are great. Don't feel bad about sharing bad news. We hear bad news all the time. That's fine. Don't like hide because you've got bad news to share. Like maybe the VC can help you with the bad news and help you address it. So just communication is the big thing, and these guys can add on to that.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Legally, I think your all's paperwork is probably the same. Legally, it's like, hey, quarterly updates and stuff like that. But what I tell founders is like, look, we want to participate up the stack with you. We can't do that if we only hear from you when things are going well or poorly. So we really encourage everybody to say, like, look, legally, you can just email us once a quarter. But we want to be an API to venture capital and functional expertise. I don't care if you send me a one-liner once a month. It doesn't matter. Just send me something. That way I can either help you with like somebody else in the portfolio, or I can at least prepare an allocation for the next round. But more communication, more shorter communication is better.
I would just ask for help. And I think that goes back to investing for fun, not just money. Yeah. And so if I can help you, I want to help you. And if I can't help you and then you fail, like we fail together.
it makes me feel a little bit better actually that way.
Well, and let's say this idea didn't work. We all, in some way, shape, or form, said part of why we say yes is because of the person in front of us. And if that idea didn't work, your next one might. And if the way you concluded that failed company and turned that into a failed relationship, you've missed an opportunity in the future.
I mean, yeah, we do fund a lot of our first time. Like, we're actually closing an investment tomorrow in Indiana in a founder that failed, unfortunately, the first time around, but I believe in him. It's like, well, just spin the wheel again. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's a relationships business. That's the point.
I mean, if you look at every kind of unicorn startup founder, usually there's kind of a trail of broken stuff or stuff they started before that didn't go anywhere. So like failure is not like the end. It's the pivot. It's the, great, that didn't work. What am I going to do now? I got a whole bunch of free time. So don't let failure like be the thing that kills your startup hopes. Like that's just the thing that says, okay, I need a new idea now. What's next? Nick, what's the last question?
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. So, investing. Oftentimes we're thinking of tech startups, things of that nature. My question would be, you're working with somebody who's looking for an investment and they have a technology brain. They're a scientist, they're an engineer. They need that business mind, a co-founder, a partner, a CFO. What are one or two, three things that you maybe advise someone that's a startup, or a founder, that needs that partner or that co-founder to really make the business part? To Paul earlier, talking about, can you sell this? What are some things that you'd advise them? Is it just simply, hey, get a founder and come back in 5 months when you actually have, a plan for selling? Or what are some things that you would advise a person who maybe needs that finance or business mindset?
If you can't sell somebody on the vision, no amount of money is going to help you.
So
they were probably expecting something more than that. I'm disappointed.
Nick kind of, there's a problem that we kind of run into in South Dakota is we have a bunch of great biomedical researchers, and they come up with all this cool technology, and then it comes time to like turn it into a company that does stuff inside people's bodies. And usually like the research person says, oh, I don't want to run a business. I just want to give this idea to Merck or whoever and have them run with it and just
But
get
I want
checks.
to own like 80% of it or something.
Well, not necessarily that. It's just there's a gap between the research and the commercialization, and it's unsolved. And I don't have a great answer for that.
I guess it's okay that an idea doesn't turn into a business. It can do other good things.
I agree.
Well, I'm really happy that Matt read my mind on that.
Smart. I like that.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, another quick round of applause for our investor panel. So before we go today, a couple of things. One, just want to make sure to thank a couple of our other sponsors, the EPSCOR, South Dakota EPSCOR, Mel Usted, the South Dakota Research Park located at SDSU. Two things else to think about. One, again, like I said, happy hour will start over here. You all have a drink ticket in your lanyard here for a free beverage of choice. It's a beautiful day. We can hopefully go outside and enjoy the sunshine. We'll have food out in probably about 15 minutes as well if you're hungry. But again, the big part of today is to make these connections. So Paul Singh's going to hang around for a while. If you walk up to him with a beer for him, he'll probably give you a hug. Matt will be here for a while. Eric will probably be here for a while. Cindy will be here for a while. Arthur McCray's still in back. The Femeno team's still here. Jessica's still here. Mike Grigsby's still here. So all the people that were on stage today that maybe you didn't get a chance to ask a question to, or you didn't want to stand up in front of all of us and ask the question, they're probably still here. So take advantage of this time right now. And I'll tell you too, as the guy with the microphone, if you're too scared to go talk to somebody, just come get me and I'll take you over there to introduce you to them, or vice versa. So once again, I can't thank you all enough for coming. Pinnacle Productions, could we give them a round of applause, please? They made my life so much better, and Matt's right that last year was chaos and this year was pure heaven, so can't thank them enough. Before we go, we're actually going to show you a short video from our co-hosts at Startup Sioux Falls. They want to share just a little bit about what's going on with their future. So enjoy this quick video from Startup Sioux Falls, and then we can go ahead and start happy hour. So thank you.
You always have to be open to taking a different approach, and that's really at the heart of innovation. If we go back to the history of the South Dakota Technology and Business Center, we were a true startup incubator. We had a 45,000 square foot facility in which we leased office space to startups. We are really shifting away from the focus on physical space to that community that is driving innovation through programming, networking, and resources.
We really wanted to move away from the sense that Zeal is just this place, to Startup Sioux Falls is a concept, it's an idea, it's programming, it's connection, it's entrepreneurship in an evolved way that doesn't require walls.
This evolution of the brand is really important to fit with the times, to really say what we do. And what do? We help startup businesses, startup organizations to be successful in Sioux Falls.
To improve access to our team and our resources, we're about to embark on a relocation. We intend to write our next chapter in the heart of downtown Sioux Falls.
Startup ideas are shared in coffee shops, in breweries, in environments like our downtown offers.
The founders are already downtown, and we're just trying to meet them where they're at.
The move to downtown is a natural transition. We know that the bulk of entrepreneurs, creative thinkers, and just the vibe and feel, the vibrancy of downtown, that makes a whole lot of sense for us.
When you think of cities and communities that have a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem, it's downtown. You know, that happens downtown. That's the heartbeat of a city.
We have such great alignment, such a strong board, such a tremendous group of leaders as part of the Startup Sioux Falls team, and an amazing, supportive, and desiring entrepreneurial community that the time is right for this evolution.
This move is going to mark our transformation from an incubation facility to a true ecosystem organization.
That's it. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Go to happy hour.